And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out, yeah. Okay, all right, we're flipped it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Abdul El Sayed Election Watch Party. I hope you can see me. I don't know if you can. I'm just gonna check to see. But there is a lot of excitement in the air tonight, and I'm very excited. I know you guys are too. Wow, there are so many people here. Hey, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm gonna be in there in a second. Okay, it's all good. Okay, bro, keep doing good work. What's up? Oh. Probably not. Okay, yeah. I have one just in case, but we'll be fine. Okay. Hasan in the house. And there's the big man right there. We got a special guest. You're with Joy. Oh my God!
It's 3 months. 3 months. Do you want a quick AirPod?
No, it's fine.
Oh, it's fine.
Hi. Hi.
This is Hey, say what's up, nephew? How you doing?
Oh, I'm having a fantastic night tonight. You know who's not having a fantastic night? AIPAC, Benjamin Netanyahu, Haley Stevens so far. Oh my God, I forgot about her because she stopped tweeting. So I don't know what's wrong. I don't know.
Do we want to do a proof of life on Jake Tapper tonight, or what do we?
Yeah. He spent most of his day with Hillary Skolton. After he interviewed Max Miller, he had Hillary Skolton on to yell about me. Crazy.
These are the crowd pops. One sec.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah. But these are the crowd pops we continue to hear on this every time.
Appreciate everything. Takes a lot of clear. I appreciate it.
What's up? Good to see you, man. Hey, these are the crowd pops we continue to hear. Yeah. How'd you get in here, bro?
I don't know. I snuck in.
What's up? What's up?
What up, Hasan? How are we feeling? What are my thoughts?
Okay. So I feel great about, I don't want to jinx this, it's live streamed right now. I feel great about Abdul. I'm really hoping for Donovan. I think that he did speak to a lot of people. We just went canvassing in Dearborn right before this. Heard a lot of great things from people, so I'm excited.
So I think the unbelievable turnout numbers so far is making me feel as though the cross endorsement is going to have some really good, really positive down ballot consequences. You like my professional tone? When I do these sorts of live events, I lock in.
You got the posture up?
Yeah.
No, dude, I think the slate method is what's needed in every state across the country.
The slate method and the momentum building off of Chris Rabb, Milan Quiros, all of the other victories leading into.
Dude, that's what they say about DSA. They say it's a fluke. They say it just happens every once in a while. You see every DSA member across national coming to Michigan because they know how important this is for the movement. That is incredible. And that's what we're going to continue to see.
Some of the early Corey Bush results, it wasn't looking great. Did you?
No, but it's a county one, so.
Okay. Gotcha.
So who knows?
I'm excited, man. I'll keep up with you at the end of the night. Don't touch me with the Zen, but I appreciate it.
Have a good night.
All right. I'm gonna throw this out real quick. No, I got it. Oh wow. Oh, thank you. All right. Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you blew up out of nowhere. Love what you're doing, but I used to know you back in the day online on my old profile. Just want to say, hey, what's up?
Oh, hi.
Thanks for all you do.
See you again.
Yeah.
All right, let me throw this out. Let me throw my Zen out real quick.
The tie is amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
That's good.
A fan of mine made it and gave it to me in Wisconsin. It's a beaded tie. She's indigenous herself, and it's the Thunderbird and the feather. And the Thunderbird is in Palestine colors.
That's beautiful.
For the similar struggle that the Native Americans have faced here and Palestinians are facing currently.
How do you feel about the results so far?
I mean, what else is there to say? The results speak for themselves. Very exciting.
All right. Thank
It's a
you so
culmination
much.
of a lot of efforts.
Have fun out here. Stay safe. You're so much taller than I expected to.
I hear that sometimes.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Good. Excited. We're friends of Abdul.
Oh yeah.
Can we get a picture?
Yeah.
You have the longest arm. One of you guys has the longer arms, bro.
We're going to be surrounded. Michigan is not fun. Michigan is incredibly great.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
Of course. Thank you for being here.
Hasan? Photo with you?
Sure. Sure.
I have a daughter. What's your favorite hair now?
It's coming. It's coming. It's growing back. Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you.
Let's go! 2% of the votes in, and Donovan McKinney's at 66%. Too early to tell, but very good results thus far. Oh, yeah. Good?
Thanks for your support.
Of course. What's up? What's up? What's going on, guys?
Imran, thank you so much for having
Nice to meet you guys. Of course, of course. You want to take a photo? Remember, this is the Abdul Al Sayed watch party, and the cross endorsement is so real, where so many of the people here were not only knocking on doors for Abdul, but just like myself, we were also out there door knocking for Donovan McKinney as well, and some also were out there in Will Lawrence territory. It's a little bit further away from here. This obviously, we're very close to Donovan's district. Is this Donovan's district as well?
So,
Yeah.
you're from WeHo, right?
Yeah, I'm from West Hollywood.
I just moved out of there, so I don't know Michigan super well. I'm just
Come on our podcast. Check us out.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a photo with this, whatever you've done to Abdul?
Sure.
Great to meet you. Thank you, man. Keep it up.
Of course, of
Really,
course.
really appreciate you.
Nice to meet you guys. Come on, cause stop the steal. I know. What's up with Linda? But I don't know where she is. Isn't she up front?
Junaid Ahmed.
Mind if we get a quick thing? Sure, let's do it. Appreciate all that you do. I'm in New York. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your from Missouri.
Nice to meet you. Oh, I thought you were shaking
Oh,
my
I was going to ask for you. Can I have a picture with you?
I'm joking, man.
What's going on, brother? Yeah. It's a very exciting time.
Let me ask you one question.
You might take it.
What do you think explains this? What does this show about the campaign and what brought to this moment?
I mean, this is what we've been talking about for quite a while. The moment has arrived. The insurgent left is here, and it's here to stay. this is not just a person. It's not about one campaign. It's not about one candidacy. This is a movement. It's a movement that we've been building for quite a while at this point. It's almost been past a decade now. And I mean, Abdul ran in 2018 on a Medicare for All run for a statewide race. Obviously, he was running for governor. But at the time, I think the electability concerns or the electability argument was far more powerful a tool to discourage people from voting for insurgent leftist candidates than it is now, because I think the base of the party has shifted so dramatically after the second defeat to Donald Trump. They told us over and over again, you got to vote for moderates, you got to vote for centrists, and that's the only way that you can win. That's the only way you can defeat Republicans. And tonight is the first step to destroy that argument.
What you're seeing here now, does it change your view of what you expect in November and beyond?
No, absolutely not. I was unbelievably confident about Abdul absolutely destroying Mike Rogers and basically ending his political career for good. But I'm still confident after seeing the excitement in this room tonight. No problem. What?
Hey, I'm Sarah's cousin. Sarah's nephew wants to say hi to you.
Hi, what's up? Nice to meet you.
Really excited.
Hell yeah. Yeah, stop the count. It's done. We're good. No. Keep counting. We're going to keep running up those numbers as the night moves on. All right, do it. All right. What's up? Oh.
Can we take a picture too?
Sure. Nice to meet you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right.
good evening. Thank you all for being here this evening. Are we ready to win this primary?
What's up?
I don't know if you remember when we met back in DNC.
Yeah. What's good? How you doing?
I'm trying to get your prediction of how many points you're going to win by. You down?
I'm hoping for 20. I'm hoping for 20.
20 points. Let's stop by 20 points.
Director of the United Auto Workers, Art Reyes.
I'm waiting for Mallory McMorris. She said she's going to show up if whoever is winning, right? That's what she said.
Hey, I hope she shows up because I think the winners are here tonight.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
I'm here on behalf of our international president, President Sean Fain, and the 3,000 active and retired members here in the state of Michigan.
We're going to get you later with Joey.
Hey, what's good?
I was born and raised in Flint, Michigan. That's right. That's Flint. And I'm fourth generation Michigander, fourth generation UAW. This room is
Very
as
exciting.
Michigan as it gets. See, the UAW, we talk
People were saying it was
about
copying you.
we talk about
look good.
This
Doing good.
is a history of the many versus the money. Do you all know that to be true? Well, I'm going to just share a few moments of that because in 1936,
Dude, look at the press. This is like Sauron level press.
Is
Olivia Reginald here for you?
Olivia Nazi Gold?
Did you see the video she put out yesterday?
I saw her get really excited that Haley Stevens was saying that I'm a Maoist.
Well, you did wear a suit.
Yeah, of course. But she was like, zinger.
Yeah. She did the video where she's like, did you see that?
I'm the same person. I do comedy. I do like sketches where I dress up as all of
Hysterical. You should check her out. Do it as a killer Carolyn Levitt.
Oh, I think I've seen, I might have seen it.
She steals your outfits, right?
But, she probably might be in here. But she also, yeah, this is a crazy amount of, it's just kind of funny to think like, this was a nationally significant, if not internationally significant race from the start. But so many people underestimated this race. So many people did not pay close attention to this race early on. And that was a big mistake for them. And now we've arrived. Now we've arrived.
State of Michigan, the many will win. And in November, the many will win.
Where is the chat? What's the other races looking like?
What we say in UAW all the time is pick a side. You can fight for the
I'm Kim Holder. I'm like your national review. Can I ask you a question?
National Review?
Yes.
Okay. You guys don't like me too much.
Well, it's America, isn't it? First and foremost, what's your message to the Democratic establishment tonight?
I think they need to start paying attention to the needs of the masses, whether it be on their demands to recalculate our allegiance to Israel, or whether it be our demands for Medicare for all, our demands for a more equitable future where we spend money on our children rather than spend money blowing up children overseas.
Are you concerned at all that some of your more controversial comments you've made about America will have a negative effect on any of these races, or just like the movement you stand for going forward?
No, I'm not, because I love America, and that's the reason why I criticize it endlessly. If I didn't love America, I wouldn't be here. I came here when I was 18 years old, and in many respects, I achieved the American dream. But very quickly, I realized that that dream is not accessible for everyone, including people that have been here for many generations, including people that came here with hopes for a better future. And I want to make sure that we have enough wealth in this country to offer that dream to as many people as possible. And that's what tonight is about, and that's what our movement is about. And as far as the comments that I've made that people will try to use against Abdul al-Sayed or against all these other candidates, our side fights for policies. Our side fights for America. Our side is the real America First candidacy. If the other side, if the opposing side, no matter who they may be, whether they be establishment Democrats or Republicans in the general, if they want to talk about Twitch streamers or clips out of context, well, there was another guy who was clipped out of context quite a bit, and he was able to tap into the populist rage. And that man has redefined American politics for the last decade. His name is Donald Trump.
What's out of context, though, about saying that America deserved 9/11? Can you explain how that's out of context?
Of course. It's a comment that I made that I apologize for the language that I used all the way back in 2019. I'm capable of showing humility. I'm capable of recognizing when I misspeak or speak out of turn. But the concept that I was referencing was also championed by Robert Kagan as recently as a couple of months ago, which is the concept of blowback, in which there's plenty of academic consensus on, that our meddling in the affairs of countries far away inevitably cause too much distress, and it has the capacity to blow back on us. And I find 9/11 to be, of course, a horrible tragedy. I've spoken about it extensively. And yet, even to this day, almost a decade after I apologized for the language that I used, people still try to cynically foment Islamophobia by weaponizing 9/11. And we're now living in a time where Donald Trump is about to offer nukes to Saudi Arabia, the country perhaps most responsible for 9/11. So I see that hypocrisy. I understand how the game is played, but I think it's important to stick to the issues. And I know that Americans are far smarter than this game. They were sick and tired of business as usual politics when they voted for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump unfortunately didn't offer. And now the cost of living crisis is worsened. So hopefully we're going to solve that for all Americans once and for all.
Final question really quick. If Stevens happens to win tonight, what does that mean to you?
That means that $70 million of outside expenditures was capable to subvert American democracy once again. We'll just go back to go back to organizing, and eventually we will organize money. However, I'm not very concerned about that as it stands currently.
Well, I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much. Great
no
meeting
problem.
you.
Nice to meet you. Moderately hostile National Review interview. Glad we got it on camera.
I just want a picture. I don't want to answer questions.
Of course.
Let's shake your hand.
Hi.
I love you, man.
Nice to meet you. Or your grandma?
Her grandmother.
Your grandmother, yes. Youngest HasanAbi head.
Yeah.
Of course, I remember.
We have some unfortunate news. Last week, Grandma passed away.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
A month-long battle in the hospital.
I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean,
She was a huge fan of you, man.
wow, that's crazy. I'm so glad I got to meet her.
Yeah, she talked about meeting you for days and days.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry for your loss. Okay, well, you guys want to take a photo?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, we are really happy that you got to meet you.
Yeah.
We really did.
I'm really happy as well. So glad I came.
Hey, that's Tom.
I've been watching for 10 years.
Hell yeah.
Back when you were on the Young Turks.
Hell yeah. Sure.
Thank you so much for huge.
I just wanted to say hi.
What's up, man?
I'm Chris. I'm sure I'll run into you out there.
Okay.
Your media is awesome. I'm Tristan McFowley. I'm with the Detroit Free Press.
What's up?
Like your suit.
Thank you.
Can I talk to you for a couple seconds about the duration? Yeah. I'll try not to take too much of your time. Now, you know, if Abdul, I think he's leading her right now. He's leading Kaylee right now. If she ends up winning, would you still support Haley Stevens in the general against Mike Rogers?
I don't think we're going to have to worry about that at all.
Gotcha. Now, for the Democratic Party, what direction do you think the party is moving right now versus where do you want to see it moving?
I think the Democratic Party is moving in the direction that I want to see it moving. And I think the Democratic Party is clearly moving in that direction because the voters have a great hunger for change. And we're fortunate enough to have a slate of incredible candidates this primary season and leading into the midterms that will satisfy that hunger. Real fighters that demand change, that say no more to business as usual politics, that cast aside corporate super PACs, that want to really serve the people as it was intended. This is what public servants are supposed to do. And I know it sounds like such a unique strategy, but the reality of the matter is, when you respond to the needs of the masses, in spite of $70 million, $80 million of outside ads, in spite of the smear campaigns, will turn out in large numbers for you.
Now, when you look at guys like Donovan McKinney leading Street Vanguard right now, and you know Abdul leading,
That's my guy.
Haley Stevens in these elections, do you think when we talk about Israel and Palestine that more progressive agendas can move forward in the form of policy after this election if they win?
Absolutely, that's the whole point. Our job is not done in the primary. Our job is not done in the general. Our job is not to simply elect a bluer Democrat than the one prior so that they can occupy a seat and collect checks from lobbyists. Our job is to ensure that we hold our politicians to account. And hopefully we won't need to do that because these are real fighters that won't need us to constantly check in on them. But I promise you, the moment that, no matter who they may be, if it's Zoran, if it's Daria Liza, if it's Claire, if it's Chris Rabb, the moment that they no longer abide by what they ran on, the policy that they ran on, the moment that they are no longer a part of this movement is a moment I'll be there, knocking down their door.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Also, can I get a quick photo?
Yeah.
My bosses.
I just have one more question. I'm Dana. I work with him. What got you so involved in the Michigan Senate race?
Not just this Michigan Senate race. I've been doing this, I dipped my toes in a little bit with Zoran, obviously, early on in the primaries in New York. I was traveling around the country. I was going to all of these different rallies, ICE out rallies, No Kings protests, and I saw a lot of anger and a lot of discontent. And I didn't just see young people angry. Young people are always angry. I saw a lot of old people that were demanding change. And they weren't just demanding change from the Republican Party, they were demanding changes from the Democratic Party too. And that's when I realized that there's a real opportunity here to finally push forward a socialist message, to put forward real fighters that will put the interests of the working class first and not the interests of corporations. And so far we've seen tremendous results. And in spite of those results, this sequence of victories, we're still constantly being undermined. Our job is not done. Obviously the general election is coming up. We'll work very hard to carry this victory into another victory against the Republicans. But even after that, we will ensure that the policies that we're demanding get accomplished in Washington, D.C.
Anything you want to add that we didn't ask you?
No, I'm good.
Good, thank you.
Nice to meet you
Real
guys.
quick, Bobby, where do you get your shoes?
Oh my God. I get it from all over. Sometimes it's my dad's. Sometimes it's, like I'll go on photo shoots sometimes for magazines. And if the stylist, because I have a very weird body type, I'm big. Long arms, broad shoulders. So if the stylist actually pulls shit that's cool, I'll be like, oh, I'll take it. Like I'll buy it off the stylist. Like these pants, they're like some random custom pants that the stylist pulled for some like Days Magazine photo shoot, and I was like, I'm buying those.
You know what you gotta choose? I'm getting some, I'm trying to get some suits too before I head to Spain next week. There's a place right by Eastern Market before if you can go there before Detroit ends. I forget the name of it, but it's right across the street from Eastern Market. They do great suits, apparently, really big in Detroit. Historically, I think you should stop by there. That's what I would recommend.
I don't have any time. I'm gonna be back in Los Angeles tomorrow. Yeah. Job never ends, man.
You keep moving around. I'll keep reporting. I just did an article, and we talked about you for a little bit. It was about this race. It's for the USA Today National. You should read it.
Well, I'm glad that there are younger people finally talking about this shit. Because most of the time it's like, 50, 60-year-olds who are like, who is this Hasan guy I keep hearing about? What are the youth invested in? Why do they want these radical politics?
Can I say something?
Wait, don't, but it's on your live, so just make sure. Oh, hell yeah. That's what's up. I mean, you're not alone, brother. Don't worry. Hey, that's cool, though. Hell yeah. Keep doing what you're doing. What's up?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks for speaking with us today.
Boo, they're booing Donald Trump. Okay, is this good audio-wise? Can you hear me? Okay.
So why are you here today?
I'm here today to continue the revolutionary practice of fighting for democracy, which unfortunately in 2026 is almost like a dying art. So we're carrying that flame, and we're hoping that we can continue carrying that flame into the general election.
How do you think Abdul's campaign is carrying that flame?
I think Abdul centered the needs of the working class so perfectly in his policies, but in many respects, his run didn't start yesterday. His run didn't start 6 months ago. His run started in 2018 when he ran on a Medicare for All ticket in the gubernatorial race. And I guess the people were not ready for it now, ready for it back then, but they're certainly ready for it now, it seems.
This race means for the Democratic Party, regardless of the result.
I think what this race means for the Democratic Party is changes are coming, and I'm glad that they weren't ready for it.
And today, in a press conference, Haley Stevens said that she condemned your rhetoric and doesn't know why Abdul is having better defense. What do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I think it's very sad that her closing message ended up focusing on a Twitch streamer. That was an extremely online thing that she did, and perhaps that's the reason why these expected results might have been unexpected for her. She thought that centering these sorts of issues in the heart of her campaign would potentially help her seize victory. But Abdul never ran on these sorts of drama-focused issues. He ran on kitchen table issues. He ran on improving people's lives. And it turns out that's exactly what people of Michigan were looking for. And we're going to prove that once again in the general.
And you've been in Michigan, Wisconsin, other places. Have you been seeing more younger people out at the polls? And how much of a difference?
Absolutely. There is so much more youth involvement in these races. It was actually Debbie Dingell who called it out when she visited our University of Michigan Ann Arbor campaign rally that we did many, many months ago, all the way back in, I believe, April. She attended that and she told the Associated Press, I've never seen this many young people this excited for a candidate this far out from a Senate primary race. And honestly, there's a good reason for that. I can't take credit for that. Of course, I'm only a messenger. I'm only a megaphone for the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel. I think it was Abdul's policies, it was Abdul's campaign that brought them out first and foremost. But luckily, he was the right guy for the right time. Anything else I like to say? Being pro-Israel is bad policy and bad politics, and we're proving that tonight once again. For all the naysayers. Of course. Nice to meet you.
Great meeting you.
Oh, hey. What's going on? You've been there from the start.
I know. I don't want to interrupt you. Okay.
So I met you in Ann Arbor like when you were with Amir Macklin.
Yeah.
And so you said, "Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan's Story." Do you mind doing that again?
Yeah.
They say, "Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan al-Hajj." Hasan al-Hajj Hasan Story.
Hassan al-Hajj?
Hasan al-Hajj Hasan. That's my name.
Okay. Hi, this is Hasan from Hasan al-Hajj Hasan's Story once again.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Good to see you again.
Do you have a set?
Sure.
Yeah, so...
What's up, Adam? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, as you can probably tell.
Do you think you had a material effect on helping Abdul rise to the lead of this primary?
I would go so far as to say it wasn't my material impact, but more so the missteps made by Third Way and numerous other think tanks, Mallory McMorrow's campaign, and even Ailey Stevens' campaign, that turned this otherwise fairly sleepy race with national significance into one that everyone couldn't stop paying attention to. But the reality of the matter is, there are good candidates out there are bad candidates out there. Abdul al-Sayed is a phenomenal communicator, and most importantly, he ran an issue-first campaign from the start all the way to the finish of his primaries. And that is precisely the reason why, when people started paying attention, they realized that there was something different here. And I think we are seeing the results of that right now tonight. Michigan responded in exactly the way that I thought they would.
If Abdul wins tonight, do you see yourself as a power broker the same way he sees himself as a power broker in 2028?
I wouldn't say I'm a power broker. Some people, this entire thing started when people started saying I'm the Joe Rogan of the left. I said I'm not the Joe Rogan of the left. Then they said we don't want a Joe Rogan of the left, it turns out. His policies are too radical. Now people call me a kingmaker. I'm not. I'm just fortunate enough to be a part of a much broader movement that places the interests of the working class first and foremost over the interests of corporations and foreign countries. That's all this is about. So it's not about one person. It's not a moment. It's a movement. This is a movement of the many.
Will you campaign with Abdul down the home stretch of the general election back here in Michigan?
If they require my services, I will always be there.
Yeah. Do you see a progressive lane materializing that goes through Michigan for 2028 after tonight?
Absolutely. But it's not just Michigan. This is just the beginning. These are never supposed to be swing states, and they will never be swing states ever again if I have something to do with it. It's not just Michigan. It's not just Wisconsin. We will hopefully continue this movement all across the United States of America. We'll go to every single state because I know that no matter what, no matter where there are workers, there are going to be the same exact interests. There are going to be people who are sick and tired of business as usual politics, sick and tired of the Republican Party that sells them down the river, and sick and tired of the do-nothing Democrats. And we're here to lend a helping hand and to give them a voice, give them a platform, and to hopefully improve their material conditions.
In that progressive lane for 2028, would you be more inclined to back Sean Fain of the UAW or AOC?
I feel like that's too far out in the distance. I love both of them. I have a lot of respect and admiration for both of them. It's entirely dependent on who wants to seize on this opportunity.
What have people most understood about your role in Abdul Saeed's campaign or your impact here in Michigan? What have people got wrong?
When you say people, do you mean DC or do you mean people? Because if you ask normal people, regular folk, they either don't know who I am for the most part, or the ones that do are very excited that I'm out here, right? Whether it be a rally, whether it be door knocking and canvassing for these candidates. But as far as what the media got wrong, as far as what DC establishment got wrong, they got pretty much everything wrong, and it actually helped us out quite a bit. That animosity that they had with Abdul asking me to stump for him turned into a really unique opportunity where Abdul could show that he's not going to back away from a challenge, that he recognizes that this kind of like anti-platforming demands were very silly.
Well, thank you so much.
Look, it's a big tent. I'm just a guy who happens to be outside of said big tent. I'm a random Twitch streamer at the end of the day. But what I hope is that Democrats recognize that there is real hunger, real appetite for change, and they try to change their policy platform to better suit the needs of the masses.
Do you think it puts the leaders of the party on notice in a way?
Let's say the leaders of the party have probably been on notice for the past couple of months. At least from where I'm standing, the way that they have been freaking out, the way that they've been attacking, the way that they've been endorsing against these left-wing insurgencies shows that they recognize that there's a real movement here that is building, a movement that centers the needs of the working class over the needs of corporations.
For the state of Michigan. No, right? Is money out of politics too far left?
I just saw you use that phrase.
Right? Is Medicare for all too radical?
Sewer socialism is municipal socialism. It was initially actually considered a pejorative. In the first time it was used in a socialist party convention. But the reality of the matter is socialism is about improving the material conditions of all people, specifically working class people. And sewer socialism cuts away at all the noise. It means filling up potholes. It means addressing, it means building a better sewer system if necessary. And it means focusing on the immediate needs of the working class. No matter how inconsequential it might seem.
So I just want to come on this stage and say thank you all so much for all the work that's gone on. We will have more work to do, right? We have more work to do, more people to reach. But I just want to say thank you. We're going to enjoy tonight.
I'm still as bold as ever.
Thank you all.
I've always been careful. It's just impossible not to get flipped out of context, especially when you're talking about politics for over 21,000 hours as I have in the last 13 years, or even longer than 21,000 hours, but just on Twitch for 21,000 hours in the last 8. So,
how you feeling?
I'm shocked that I'm not
excited.
More yelled at than I am currently.
The conversations that I've been having recently have been with people
It is true. I am yelled at quite a lot.
Same old.
If you decided whether or not
we are sick and tired of people in office who are not serving us. We want to elect people that we can hold accountable, who will answer the phone when we call them, and who will make sure that we have a government that serves
You have to let it wash over you. There's not really anything else you can do. The opportunity, of course, for someone like myself is that I have a competitive platform with mainstream outlets. So if people are actually curious about what I truly stand for, there's 21,000 hours that they can browse through, and figure out for themselves.
who are going to make sure
anti-Semitism is
that
something
we
that I find
invest
to be
in
morally
Medicare for
repugnant. It's
all,
something that I've fought back
and
against
who are going
my
to make
whole life.
sure that we are
And
investing in our communities.
It's very sad
Y'all, we've gotta be ready
that
for the
people
next fight.
stoop to such levels
elect the
to
next
talk about things like this.
progressive elected
They
official
can't
from
oppose the
every
message,
single
so
level
they
of
try to
government.
shoot down the
And this
message.
is just the beginning, y'all. So thank you so much for your work. I hope you're ready for the next win.
I believe Haley
Congratulations
Stevens
on
earlier
tonight,
today
y'all.
said that I
Thank you
did a
for giving
Maoist pool party, which was very funny. I don't know. I think some Democrats think I'm not a Maoist, but some Democrats think that because I have a tailored suit that I got when I was visiting China that I really like and admire.
For the record, you're not a Maoist.
No, I'm not. I am not a Maoist. It was a pool party. I can't speak on whether or not it was a Maoist one, but it was a pool party for
All right,
sure.
I'll let you get on. Thanks so much.
Of course, no problem.
Signs with CNN.
Nice to meet you.
How are you doing? We're going to record something real fast this week.
Cool.
What kind of message do you think El Sayed's campaign is going to send to the Democrats?
They might have the money, but we have the people. And as long as people are organized, they are virtually impossible to defeat. I think that's the primary takeaway of tonight. There was a lot of outside spending that came into this race. I believe more than $34 million from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries alone, and a total of $70 million in heinous smear campaigns. But it turns out, even though people were inundated with these attack ads that featured heinous smears against Abdul al-Sayed, people were able to look past all of that because Abdul was running on an issue-first campaign on policies that people were demanding, and hopefully Democrats can learn from that lesson because we're not here just to fight against Democrats. We want to make sure that we have a resilient, working-class, centered movement that will ensure that no Republican ever touches a seat of power ever again.
But what do you say to those Democrats who say he may be able to win a primary, but he won't be able to win in a general election in a very purple state?
Michigan is not a purple state. It's only considered a purple state because the establishment Democrats dropped the ball twice. In both instances, Donald Trump came in like a wrecking ball because there was a lot of appetite for change, and I think people were deluded into believing that a con man would actually deliver that change. The changes that Donald Trump delivered were all the same. The cost of living crisis has not gotten better, it's only gotten worse. Donald Trump ran on ending wars. He's only started more wars in the process. And I think people actually want someone that they can believe in, someone who will truly follow through on this America First agenda. And I believe genuinely that the socialist movement in this country will deliver that agenda, that will center the working class first and foremost over the needs of corporations.
There are many Republicans, even some within the Democratic Party, who think that you are too extreme, that you would be a liability to someone like El Sayed. Are you at all concerned that that could pose a liability to him, having someone like you campaigning for him?
I'm only a liability to those in positions of power who have sat in their ivory towers for far too long, that have stiffed workers and worked in favor of the bosses. That is who I am a threat to. And that is precisely the reason why they do everything they can to oppose someone as, I would say, inconsequential as myself. Because after all, I'm just a Twitch streamer at the end of the day. And yet, people seem to see me as a real, ever-present danger. As far as the general election goes, no, I do not think that I would be a liability in the general election. Although it does seem like the Republican Party's midterm strategy is going to be a Hasan Piker-focused campaign strategy, and that is precisely the type of politics that people are sick and tired of. This rat race, the constant smears, the endless focus on inconsequential things. People want to know if they're going to be able to pay for their groceries next month. They want to know if they're going to be able to pay rent next month. That's what people actually care about. So as long as Democrats, or as long as whoever it is that's running, focuses on that instead of all this other background noise, they will win, regardless of what the media tries to drum up as a manufactured point of controversy.
You said you're just a Twitch streamer. But
yes.
You do have many followers. Why is this media attacking you?
part of the reason why I've been able to, I guess, in some ways recreate conservative AM radio, that same exact format, but on the internet in a way that is unbelievably accessible. And that's what's so appealing for a lot of people. They put me on while they're working throughout the day, while they're delivering Amazon packages. They got me in one ear. It's like a long, never-ending 8-hour-long podcast. It's not exactly reinventing the wheel, if I'm being honest. But it is one, it's more so the message that I think is working. The message that I think is penetrating the collective consciousness. It's something that, at least in my experience, people find to be so refreshing, something that they haven't heard before, even though these are the exact same feelings that many of them have felt for many, many years. I'm just a megaphone for
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, President of the Michigan Nurses Association, Aaron McCormick.
Good evening, everybody.
Thank you so much.
It's great to be in a room with so many people who believe in the power of this movement. And it's even better to stand up here and support for who I will claim will be our Democratic nominee for the United States Senate, Abdul. My name is Aaron McCormick. I'm a registered nurse at the University of Michigan and president of the Michigan Nurses Association. I'm proud to be a part of National Nurses United, the largest union of registered nurses in this country.
Hi, Chad. It's Kuma Troopa.
What?
I believe the people of Michigan are taking a major step deciding the direction of our country.
That went viral.
I believe the people of Michigan will send a message. This Senate race is more than just about one seat. It's about deciding who our government answers to.
And then he turned it into a
continue to allow the billionaire class to run our
government. It was going to be a unique opportunity to communicate with a lot of the Jewish voters who are like wondering why their younger relatives are so anti-Israel.
By the people and for the people.
I don't know if that happened.
What do you think was left out of the
I'm going to call it like I see
Jewish
it.
voters and Jewish
Billionaire corporations have rigged our economic
I think that there's reasonable concern about the growth of anti-Semitism in this country. I totally understand it. There are a lot of people who are taking advantage of the enmity in the direction of Israel and then shifting that focus and that blame back onto American Jews in the Western world in general. I find that unconscionable. I disagree with that. I oppose that. And I will continue to oppose that, regardless of how hard charlatans like Jonathan Greenblatt of the Apartheid Defense League try to make it seem as though one cannot ever oppose Israel
that has always been bigger
from
than
a
one
perspective
person.
that isn't
This is a movement, and tonight the people of Michigan will prove just how powerful this movement really is. This isn't backed by corporations. It isn't backed by billionaire donors. It isn't backed by AIPAC. It's backed by you. It's backed by me. It's backed by the people who
Abdul definitely
this is as good as it gets.
anti-Semitism.
It's built by the
Muslim
people.
Americans.
And this movement is about making sure every one of us in this room can take care of our
This kind of
family.
bigotry is something that we deeply understand.
That we have health care without the fear of cost.
For who you are before people ever get to know you personally is something that I'll be communicating over and over again. That's part of the reason why it makes it all the more sad that there's so much crosstalk, so much misinformation out there.
As a nurse, I see it every single day.
Israel in somewhat of a Jewish tradition of anti-fascism.
And that's why we're standing behind Abdul in the fight to pass Medicare for all. Not tomorrow,
Jewish
not when it's convenient,
and
but
everything
today,
to do
because
with
our
all the
patients
harm
don't have time
that
to
has
wait, and neither
happened
do
so
we.
far, and trying to mitigate the
We've
harm to the best
also
of our
seen the
ability.
catastrophic
But
impacts of corporate
we understand.
domination
We care. We care about Americans. I care about
another massive wildfire
American
made our air
Jews
the
are
most
American
dangerous
first.
in the
At
planet.
the end of the day,
While the
we want to make
squeeze
sure
our pockets
that
at the
American
top,
Jews, just like everybody else in the United States of America, have a better future, have better funded schools, have better funded roads, better paved
They
infrastructure.
take away our right
That's
to
what
clean
we care
air,
about.
clean water, and a safe environment. And tonight, the people of Michigan will send a message. Tonight, Abdul will become our Democratic nominee.
from
to make sure they get the health care they need and deserve.
social conditioning and learned experiences. I don't think that Israel at the end of the day is going to change. Maybe I'll be shocked, but I do feel as though from the Nakba onward, it's only expanded further and further as far as the violence that has unfolded. Maybe we're at its logical endpoint in some respects.
It's about changing our society. It's about proving that when the working people organize, when nurses organize, when unions organize, and when communities organize.
I hope that one day all of the people that live in this region can live peacefully with one another. We might have a different method of arriving at that future, but ultimately, I'm not invested in bringing about harm to anyone. I don't want to bring about harm to anyone, and that means Israeli Jews as well. I just want an end to the occupation, an end to the apartheid, an end to the violence, so that Jews and non-Jews can live peacefully in this area together in harmony for hopefully centuries to come. Has said that
it was specific. One of the things I've been hearing is after the attack on Temple Israel, he said hurt people because the individual's family had to flee Lebanon. So something like that, it upset people.
He immediately condemned the attack.
He did. It was just the addition of that statement.
Yeah, I think he was probably, I can't speak for what he was thinking or what he was saying. He's his own person. But I would suspect that that comes from the endless cycle of violence that continues to grow no matter what. We have to find a peaceable solution to this. We have to find a just and equitable outcome to this. And I sincerely believe that we can. But a part of that also comes from America allowing Israel to engage in this violent behavior with impunity. I think it's not just a problem born out of the Netanyahu government, of course, as some might foresee it. Look, I interviewed Ofer Kassev, I believe a week after October 7, and I've kept in contact with him. I've kept in contact with a lot of anti-Zionist Israelis as well, some conscientious objectors, and from what I understand, it's almost a dual struggle. America also is a settler colonial country at the end of the day. So there is always these unanswered problems that we choose to turn a blind eye to, and those problems always rear their ugly head, and it almost always manifests into fascism. And I think Israeli society, especially in the last 30 to 40 years, under the direction of the Netanyahu government, especially, as he's impossible to combat for some reason, has turned into an increasingly more violent country, violent from the perspective of the Palestinian victims, and even violence internally as well. We saw a piece of the same exact colonial tactics applied in the West Bank, applied to the Jewish Israeli population in the Supreme Court protests that were taking place. The same exact skunk water cannons that were deployed on Palestinians in the West Bank were deployed in Tel Aviv against the Israelis. I understand this as an American. I understand this as a Turkish person as well. I understand what ultranationalism looks like, and I'm terrified of it, and I will always fight back against it, no matter what shape it takes.
Thank you so much for your
No
time.
problem.
I really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. Hopefully we'll get those quotes up there. I don't know if it's gonna.
We would love to do a second interview.
All right.
Anytime.
That's good.
Long term, you ever gonna run for office?
No.
No. I appreciate all the work you do. It's very impactful work. Thank you, man.
Kate. Nice to meet you. Okay. Just and then we're gonna do an interview. Okay. Yeah.
Nice to see you again.
What's good? I have to do an interview with job sites. I have to do an interview real quick.
Can we take a 10-second photo? Picture.
Wait 1 second. I'll be back. All right. We're not gonna be there.
No, but I might leave.
Where you from, biker? You're from Michigan.
What's going on?
Well, you tell me what's going on. How you feeling?
Seems like it's a pretty good night. What the hell? Why am I on TV? That's crazy. Oh, damn. I yap a lot. It's been 7 hours today on the broadcast.
Yeah, you've been here for the past like few days, as far as I'm aware. Tell me how's the energy?
I mean, it's been pretty good. There's a lot of excitement on the ground. I think people are just excited to finally vote for something rather than take a defensive posture in their voting. We oppose harm reduction voting. Although it does work in theory, it doesn't work in practice. And we've seen that in Michigan, perhaps, with the Donald Trump victory. Now, hopefully we're going to correct that mistake, and we're never going to repeat it ever again.
Any other races aside from Abdul's that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working on a lot of races outside of Abdul's. Many of them are here tonight. Many of the victories, the early victories, have compounded upon itself to build a much more robust movement across the country, and we're going to carry that victory into the general election.
Yeah. All right. And tell me, how do you think this is going to play out in the general election?
I think Abdul is going to do very well in the general election because, I mean, we're talking like he won. I'm talking like he won. He hasn't won yet, technically, but I do suspect that he has a fairly good chance. And it's going to be the same exact thing in the general. I think people oppose Trump as they hate it. They hate Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is a corporate backer from Florida. In many respects, is a perfect matchup against Abdul Sayed. And I think he's going to defeat him.
Last thing, why do you like the doctor so much?
He's a stud. He's awesome. I mean, he's sweet with power. What's not to love? I'm just a fan. Yeah.
Anything else, Ryan?
Sure. Both reading all day.
Yeah, what is it?
My daughter taught me about it. Hasan!
Wait, what is it?
You got me into leftism.
What's up? Nice to meet you. Is there anything else?
Hey, guys. Hello.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. I'm really great for Yeah, guys. Thank you so much, Hasan. Thank you for what you did.
Thank you for coming out, man.
You want to come say hi to me?
I can take a picture.
Yeah, I already did. I walked in. Yeah.
Let me get something with this.
I appreciate everything.
She's on fellow on the campaign.
Take a picture.
Wait, excuse me, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll see you all the time.
Yeah.
Listen, I never listen to you on YouTube but when I see people attacking you, I start liking you. When I saw I watch it. You want this real quick?
I got it after.
So, yeah, let's do it.
1 second. All right, do yourself. Rebecca, there's a very difference in height. Okay. We're good. Last time, keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Get it? John, I'll go right. Did you say hi to my daughter on the video?
Yeah, sure.
Her name? Yeah, she's taking the LSAT tomorrow.
Hi, good luck on your LSAT tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Okay, I'm dying. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna ask if there's like a. Hey.
What's up, man? How you doing? I already know, bro.
Yeah,
You wanna?
good.
We could do something real quick if you want. Just
Yeah,
quick
yeah, for sure.
Status update, bro.
Good.
I'm already know it. Actually, we can talk.
You know what? Good.
You wanna do? We can do
Wait,
like.
come back to that.
Hi.
I'm in West Michigan.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Can I get a picture?
Sure.
Oh, you're up. Loved your Norm interview.
Oh, thank you.
Hasan, how's it been? I keep seeing you, but you know what? It never gets old. Hey, there's Nike. Get a picture with my son.
Yeah.
The teacher. Thank you, love.
I'm already know.
Here.
I'll get you. I'll get
Son, you got a quick minute for me?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. I mean, I want this night to finally come to a close. You know, we've been waiting on it. Where are we at right now? It's 51% to 45%.
Are you confidence-wise going into it? Because I know there's a lot of people. Yes?
Yes.
How are you, like, I feel like, so we got in, me and my brother got in, like, yesterday, knocked on a couple doors today. We talked to a few people, a few voters who seem disaffected with, like, everything. They hadn't even heard much about, like, candidates.
Oh, yeah.
And we got to talk to them about Abdul and the importance of non-corruption, like, and money out of our politics. But, like, I'm curious, what have you found out about people on this journey? You've been up and down the state.
I've had a more fortuitous canvas operation, I guess, because most of the people I talked to were very excited to vote for Abdul.
Yeah. I feel like that's something that changed as soon as we told them about the policy of it all. I feel like that's what you've been trying to get at, despite the media attention, despite the XYZ. How's that been going? Just getting the message to people that it's more about specifically what policy more than the personality of the candidate.
That's absolutely what it's about. They underestimated Zoran. Zoran ran a policy-centered campaign, one that focused on the needs of the working class, and he won because of it. And then a lot of people thought, oh, it's because he's charismatic, because he smiles a lot.
TikTok.
Because he does get social media. I mean, that didn't hurt, but that obviously wasn't the entire story. And the same goes for all the victories that we've seen around the country thus far.
Hey, hopefully here's to one more. I'm confident in our boy. So let's get through. Let's show the people that it's literally a difference that you can actually make. And I appreciate the work you've been doing. Hopefully you get some rest.
See you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. It's an indigenous beadwork.
Yeah, no, that's fire. That's really fire.
What's up, sure?
Thanks, Elise, Michigan Advance. You know,
Catch up with you.
Abdul's ahead, and you know this is gonna be a tight race, and we all knew it was. But if he wins tonight, which I know that you're confident that he will, what does that mean for your movement, for this movement, to blow the door open in a place like Michigan that is such a purpley swing state that kind of blows in the wind? What does that say about his chances, this movement's chances, moving forward to November?
Look, the reality of the matter is there was a tremendous amount of outside spending in this race, and the fact that it's been so good so far for Abdul shows that when you have an issue-centered candidacy, an issue-centered campaign, people respond very positively to it, even when they're getting inundated with attack ads, oftentimes from AIPAC, as a matter of fact, to the tune of $34 million. So I hope that people understand the right lesson, that we have to start focusing on the needs of the many rather than the needs of corporations.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of people who, underestimated Abdul, underestimated even you when you were here campaigning with him. What does it feel like to know that there's this many people in the room, not very many people at Haley's watch party, and the enthusiasm is there? Do you feel vindicated?
Look, there wasn't a lot of people at the person who's opposing Thomas Massey's watch party either, but it didn't matter because the Trump endorsement carried a lot of weight, and the tens of millions of dollars that AIPAC spent in that race obviously played a great role in defeating Thomas Massey. So I think at the end of the day, just excitement alone is not always going to be enough. I'm not worried about people underestimating us. I actually welcome that. That's a good thing. The problem in this race is that they actually didn't underestimate Abdul al-Sayed. If they underestimated him, they would not have spent a record-breaking amount of money disparaging him, attacking him, non-stop, endless mailers for everyone to see, basically.
And what does he have to do to bring everyone together? I mean, he's going to have some challenges with Stevens voters who are saying that they will vote for Mike Rogers over him. What does he have to do?
I don't think that'll be a real concern. I think that there are a lot of Haley Stevens voters that are voting for Haley Stevens because they thought Haley Stevens would be the more electable candidate to defeat Mike Rogers. So at the end of the day, they will focus up to make sure that a Republican doesn't get elected. And in the off chance that there's a couple percentage points that end up voting for Mike Rogers in an era of unprecedented corruption born out of Donald Trump, the instability, the volatility that we're experiencing all around the world, I would say that we'll probably make up for it with the youth turnout and the enthusiasm and the turnout all across the to meet you.
I follow you all the time.
Hell yeah.
What's up? Can I get a picture with my kids?
Sure. I need a water. Of course. I need a water. Yeah. What's up? How you doing?
Good to see you. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
All right. So we're gonna do this like as if this is in the future, as if we are in the future.
Okay, but what if he doesn't win? No, I'm kidding.
He win, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, this one here. So Abdul Al-Sayed wins Imagine This World. So what happens next into the general? Is he a winnable candidate?
I think he will destroy my brother. I think he's been holding back. He's going to drop the training weights. And you're going to see a new Abdul Al-Sayed unlocked. One that doesn't have to hold back at all.
Period. Okay, wait, what does that look like? Like, what is the path to defeating MAGA in this specific case, which would be representative of 2028 and how we defeat MAGA in 2028?
I think we defeat MAGA in 2028 because they're going to focus on silliness. It kind of seems like they're going to center me in their midterm strategy. At least that's what they're tailoring their audience to get mad about. That's what they're gearing up to get mad about.
It's like they're obsessed with you or something.
Yeah, but they can focus on, Twitch streamers while we'll focus on the work. We'll focus on the policies that improve people's lives. And that's how we'll win.
All right, well, take it. Well, thank you for doing that, Hasan.
Of course.
You said you need water. You wanted to get you one?
Oh, you got one? Oh, thank you. Well, no, I'll get it myself. It's fine. What's up? Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to get a little interview about this pool party.
Okay, yeah.
What you think?
How are we on battery?
Another mic in? Another mic?
How are we on battery? Battery. 1 second. Let me check the battery.
Entertain, bro.
Battery.
Oh, shit.
Entertain, you want to spot my gang?
Okay, shit. What we talking about? The United States Senate?
It's not on battery.
Maybe the battery hit. Oh, the battery or the thing?
No, it's on the main battery now.
Oh, we got to switch.
Yeah, we got to switch. All right, hold on. We'll do this and I'll switch.
Yes. So I had the opportunity to see you yesterday at the pool party.
I know. You curved me for like months.
Nah, bro, I didn't see your message, bro.
No, I see.
I have a bad relationship with my DMs, man. You know what I'm saying? But I want to have a conversation with you, though, man.
Now you want to have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation now.
Not 8.5 months ago when I was like, hey man, let's link up. And
I ain't see it. I ain't
left
see
me
it,
on.
man. I ain't see
Who
it.
do you think you are? Who do you, Drake? What is this?
Taylor Swift of the left got some nerves, goddamn.
That's crazy. He just left me. He left me on red for 8.5 months, and then all of a sudden he hits me back the morning that I happened to be in the physical presence
I didn't know
of
you were
him.
here though. I swear to God, it was set up. It
He
wasn't
set
set
it
up.
up. He set it up. He was like,
oh.
oh my God, let's carry
nothing
this.
affairs. I was like, man.
Let's carry this conversation 8 months after.
Hey, what y'all see? Nothing affairs. We cool. I just want to know though, how did you feel about you being at a pool party and making the Fox News?
I mean, it seems like everything I do makes it to Fox News nowadays, but yeah, I went to the pool party. They call it Haley Stevens called it the Maoist pool party.
Hey, I thought it was I'm gonna play the clip in here. When I saw the clip, I thought it was AI. I had to confirm it was real. It's real. It's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
It is.
They ran with it. Hey, the last thing I say though is this. Me and Hasan gonna have a conversation about the intersections of blackness and leftness. And I swear to God, y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be a nice.
Man, I'm down.
Damn, for sure. Appreciate you for that.
Oh, thank you.
You have to put me on blast, come on, bro. I apologize, bro. I apologize, bro.
It's all good. I'm just messing with you. It's not serious. It's good.
Battery first?
Yeah, sure. Let me swap.
Give us a sec, chat. We are swapping batteries.
Hey, it says 25% on it.
Thank you. Can I take a selfie?
Don't worry about it.
With the Arab Chamber. What's up? It's very good to meet you, man. Big fan of your work and how you've been promoting the message. Do you mind if we could selfie?
No, of course, let's do it.
I need to send me with you for my daughter.
So we work with aircraft and businesses across the country with the goal of building a power that can then translate into
Hell yeah.
economic sense and political. That's the only two things they're going to have. So really trying to work with groups like this, groups like yours to get that message out there more and more effectively.
Hell yeah. All right. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
What's up? Sure. Let me put this water bottle. No, I got it. It's fine. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
What do you say to everybody that says that Mike Rogers actually stands a chance? We haven't had a Republican senator in 30 years.
He's dead in the water. I don't even think. No, I think it's bullshit. It's been a very contentious primary for both Abdul and Haley Stevens, really. And of course, Mike Rogers is obviously uncontested. So he's already maxed out on name recognition, name ID. Once there's a real contest against him, obviously people are going to learn more about him once again, and he's going to be defeated.
Do you think they're going to bring you up in the federal?
Yes.
Haley didn't really bring you up that much in the primary.
She brought me up in the last day, and I think they're going to continue to do that, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Stick to the issues, and that's what matters.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Yeah. Sure.
You're so short.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Claudia. I'm with Mayor Sheffield. Also, Claudia. Also, I think I'm Hasan tonight.
Oh, wow. Look at
They
that.
gave me your wristband. I work with Mayor Sheffield team. I don't know how long you're in town, but would have loved for the two of you guys to meet.
Well, I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh. Welcome to Detroit.
Yeah, it's great. It's beautiful. I love it.
You're very welcome. You're very
Always. All right, what are these numbers looking like? Nice to meet you guys. Wait, let's see if there's a quiet. No.
What's up, brother?
Let's see if we can go into a quiet place. What's good, Ken?
How are you feeling?
I'm tired. I'm nervous. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be all right. But I just don't like that it's getting tighter.
Yeah, no, I expected it to be much. No, I hope
$70 million, man.
Yeah, I mean they get $70 million, getting them 40%, 45%.
Yeah,
that's insane. That's like,
we'll see what happens. Stress of
We're winning.
Inshallah. We must. Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can sneak in.
Let's see you.
Quiet area back there. quiet area we can just dance back here? I don't want to.
Probably just outside. Probably outside. But everything
we can go outside.
every room is full.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're live, so I don't want to show it.
What do you guys?
Sure. We're just looking for a more quiet area that we can like chill for a little bit.
There's the overflow room that's got way less people.
I mean, we can even hang back here in the dark. It's fine.
This is Zach Chat.
This is traffic. Oh, okay, fire lane. All right, yeah, okay. No, I don't want to do my screen.
Thank you. There's a patio right next door. Sorry.
Yeah. Where is it? How do we get there?
All right.
Thanks for what you do. Hey, can you shout out my friend Ferris?
Sure.
Good. Shout out Ferris. Hi, Chad.
Nerves.
We didn't get that memo. It's not bowling. I know what I'm talking about, ma'am. You must go that way. Or you go upstairs, you stay in the garden bowl.
Good to see you.
Hey, it's like, I can picture that. Sure.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
What's going on, guys?
Appreciate it.
Who's in there? Hey, what's up?
You guys just stay here. Like this, it's good?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's nice and cool too. We'll just stay.
If you guys want to bowl,
We're not trying to bowl. It's fine. All right, I need to lock in, and I need to look at.
if you guys want to bowl.
No, we do not want to bowl. I promise. Thank you.
You guys should be good to go back. If there's any issue, just tell us.
Yeah. We have the all backstage pass and everything, and I think this is fine, right?
That lets you guys go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's look at what's going on. Let's analyze the situation.
That was quite a marathon, bro.
I know. What's up?
I'm pointing at that one.
Yeah. Okay. We got final New York Times numbers on the Haley Stevens versus Abdul El Sayed. 6 outside groups spent $62 million for Stevens, giving her a 9-to-1 spending advantage over Abdul. Half of that Stevens spend, $32 million out of the $62 million, came from AIPAC Super PAC. AIPAC Super PAC spent more than any single group has in a federal Democratic primary this cycle, a historic amount, a record-breaking amount of money that was spent in this race alone against Abdul El Sayed. So if you're looking at the situation, and if you're wondering why the numbers are getting tighter, this is a big part of the reason why. I think overall, it's still fairly, it's still looking pretty good. Okay, what's going on? I know. There's so much. I just needed to get away from everything that was going on because it was so crazy.
You were bombarded.
I know. I mean, that's expected. I mean, that's how it was always. That's how it was at the Zoran party as well.
That was wild.
Yeah.
It's way more intense in person.
obviously. I don't think Shat understands how intense that is.
$62 million, man. Hartzell Gray. Hartzell Gray results coming in. Oh my God, the internet is so dog shit in here. Hartzell Gray is in a close second with 12,900 votes against Jordan Herrera, who's in the lead at 30.5%. That's looking pretty good. It seems at 66%. Not sure what that race is going to end up looking like at the end, but still very exciting.
I have 5 bars if you want to hear this.
CNN is talking about you again. Hartzell had a great dump earlier. Yeah. This is a dry event. Mentioned on CNN. Bernie just defended you on CNN. Nice. Bernie is answering questions about you live on CNN. Bernie said Hasan does radio, Lamau. That's Unk. That's Unk. That's Unk. That's Grand Unk. That's Grand Unk. It is what it is. It is what it is. Bernie defended you. Um, 12.6% of the precincts reporting Abdul still in the lead with 51%, 194,000 votes. We'll continue sending chat updates for my fellow Michiganders. Not even podcast, radio. Basically called you a talking head, not wrong. That's, okay, that's cool. Shit's getting too close. I know. I don't like it. It's too close to comfort. So, if you're wondering what this is Zachary Danino of Voter Hub. Why is the race not called yet? / what keeps Stevens alive? Stevens is doing much better in mail-in ballots, which have been lagging behind a bit in reporting. She's doing well enough in these small / mid-sized counties to where winning Detroit by a lot would pull her close. Stevens has started to hit her targets to win in a couple places. That's the reason. Yeah, we're not showing anything. Yeah, oh wait, are they gonna pass through here? Okay, yeah, we'll put the camera down. Here, I'll put it on a BRB screen.
Okay.
No, they're coming right now. I'll put it on a BRB screen. Yeah, point it that way.
Can we get focused good? Alright, cool.
Okay, we're back. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. I mean, the slips look pretty good for Abdul.
Yeah?
The ones that I'm getting, they look decent for Donovan and pretty good for Abdul. But ultimately, God, I wish I was. I really can't monitor the situation as well as I would like to. As well as I would fucking like to. Yeah, Michigan 7 Democratic primary shaping up to be one of those two people's egos and campaign consultants cause a lefty candidate to win the primary situation and essentially must flip district for Democrats, says Adam Carlson. He's of course talking about William Lawrence, who's doing very well, at least in the last polls that I saw. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, Haley Stevens is putting together a stronger than expected showing across rural and small town Michigan. The race remains too close to call, but those margins are worth watching, says Midas Touch. Of course, still, the situation. This is Abdul's race to lose at this point. You would much rather be in the El Sayed camp right now, but Stevens, in the initial numbers, in the initial numbers that came out, Haley Stevens' chances looked disastrous, especially because of the mixed results that we were looking at. I think the confusion came from the fact that we thought those were early ballots. Abdul doing very well. Abdul doing very well in the early ballots. Led everyone to get really excited early on. However, Stevens is actually caught up because of the way that they're calculating the mixed ballots, like both the mail-in ballots and the early vote with same-day voting. But Haley Stevens is actually outperforming expectations in rural areas, and that is the reason why. If she can run up the numbers in Wayne County, like we said earlier, if she can get like a super wide margin in Wayne County, which is, Detroit, Wayne County, like that's 20% of the vote overall, I think, or 22% of the vote overall, like the total vote overall. It would make Abdul's chances a lot worse. So once again, I say stop the count. But right now it's 51% at 210,748 votes for El Sayed and 45% at 187,917 for Haley Stevens. Check Will Lawrence is getting close. Are mail-in ballots usually cast by younger voters? No. There are no rural voters in Wayne County. What? No, I'm not talking about Wayne County when I say rural. Bro, why are you so close to my face, David? What is happening?
The microphone seemed, for some reason, was struggling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a bad result that came out of Midland, it seems. Ellis Bates. Wait, where the fuck is this? What? Very poor result for El Sayed in Midland. Stevens is winning the election day vote there by nearly 20 points, while El Sayed carried the early vote by roughly the same margin, plus 24.
Oh, it's the fan.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's fixed.
Oh, you were picking up outside noises?
Yeah. I just had to turn on phantom power.
El Sayed hit his marks early in Kent County and Washtenaw, while Stevens was only decent in Oakland. But Stevens run very well across rural and small town Michigan over the past 45 minutes. My current read says Zachary Danini is El Sayed +8, but uncertainty with so little from Wayne. So that's the real problem here, is that Wayne County will be the decisive factor here. The black vote will literally be the decisive factor in this race. Obviously, Haley Stevens is expected to win the black vote, or the Wayne County vote in general, but by how much? Meanwhile, I think Donovan is doing pretty well.
Hell yeah.
Midlands were Dowways. I'm not surprised by that. Look, let's just say you don't want to be relying on that. Like that's not a very good situation to be in, if we're being honest, for Abdul Sayed, but I don't think it's going to get there, so it's fine. Meanwhile, here's some good news. Donovan McKinney, who I stumped for literally super aggressively in the last couple of days, with 7% of the expected votes in, Donovan McKinney is actually in a almost 20-point lead over the incumbent Shri Tanadar. Donovan McKinney has 5,367 votes to Shri Tanadar's 3,643. That's 59.6 to 40.4%. So that is where we're at. Let's go to Karnacki Cam and see what Karnacki is saying. The environment at Haley Stevens camp is not great, by the way.
These are the big population centers here. Really big numbers for her down in Wichita, where Sedgwick County is, and so she.
Dog, we don't care about Kansas. We don't care about Kansas. Come on.
And the Republican side, Ty Masterson, endorsed by Trump. This is the story we've seen in so many Republican primaries. Trump endorses. Trump gets his candidate in Kansas. On the Democratic side, I think you said Laura Kelly, Democratic governor, sided with Corson in this. Does not get her candidate.
Which is so interesting because she has gangbusters popularity in the state of Kansas. I mean, I think she's one of the top 10, most popular, like highest approval rating governors in the country, and had thrown that weight behind Ethan Corson, who was very happy to talk about that when he was on the campaign trail. The other piece of this too, you know, Kansas hasn't elected a Democratic senator, I think, since the 30s, but it is one of 5 states that is represented by a Democratic governor, that in a state that Donald Trump ended up winning, Steve. So there does seem to be some interesting dynamics at play. I feel like if the theme of the night is you can't paint with a broad brush, right? Like this maybe is part and parcel.
Yeah, I mean, look,
There's
I think
nothing?
one thing we've seen is
I don't got good
gubernatorial
internet.
races can kind of
Oh my god,
defy the
fucking Kansas, bro.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Alright. Oh, nice. Phone stream. Why is this so close? I don't want to stress. I'm from Wichita, Kansas, and I care about this. Okay, but we're in fucking the headquarters right now in Michigan. This is the race. Sanders talking about you. Hold on, I'll pull it up on my own. Here, someone send me the link to. Someone send me the link to Bernard talking about me. David, step back. That's what they're saying. Why are you so close?
I'm sorry.
What is happening?
I got feedback to be closer.
Wait, what do you mean? Because you can't hear or something?
No, just in general, to be closer. But maybe I got one guide.
Very controversial streamer Hasan Piker was at one of El Sayed's final events. The two did a stream together, a fairly lengthy stream. I know that you've spoken to Hasan Piker in the past, but are you comfortable with El Sayed having a close association with him, given some of his past statements? To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcast,
radio,
you say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be 1 or 2 things that you said that you may have regretted. But I think what we have got to do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
Here with Joe. Joe Lozier out of Region 1.
That is fucking. That is so funny. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. That is. I don't know what to say about that. Oh my god. That's Burn Dog, man. What? Oh, Chaz Frozen is fine. But, all right, where are we at? Give me some updates, man. It's likely that this race will come down to Wayne County Election Day votes. Stevens is doing extremely well in rural Michigan relative to expectations, and a good Wayne result could allow her to win this primary. Keep watching Vote Hub coverage throughout the night. I'm gonna fucking, I will end it all. I will end it all. So there's a Stevens with a plus 53 mail drop from Detroit. Oh my God, another one of Stevens County's. That is not good. That is not a good result at all. Another one of Stevens' strongest counties is St. Joseph, where she's only losing the election day by 1.5%. She's winning the mail by 16, which is most of what is remaining. And from her stronger areas in the counties, where it is a head-to-head matchup with Abdul at 46%, Haley Stevens at 48%. Okay, Mallory McMorrow, unironically, is a little bit of a spoiler in like many of these places as well, which is crazy that people were still like, they didn't spoil their ballots and then recast them, or maybe they did and they did it for fucking Haley Stevens, who knows. But
whoa.
Aisha Faruqi is, what's wrong?
Fix it. Focus just went crazy.
Aisha Faruqi is not doing well in Michigan U.S. House District 11 Democratic primary with 64% reported. Jeremy Moss is at 49%. I mean, she's close, but I don't know if she makes the distance there. Also, with 16% reported at Michigan's U.S. House District 7 Democratic primary, William Lawrence is still at 41.9%. Bridget Brink is actually at 30%, and Matt Mazdam is at 27.9%. This is one of those races where both of the establishment Democrat candidates actually tried to outcompete one another. And because they tried to outcompete one another, that ended up opening a free lane for opening a free lane for Will Lawrence.
Can't take it with you. You gotta wait.
But yeah, Abdul Al-Sayed is hitting his margins pretty much everywhere across the state, but it's not enough to call the race, unfortunately, especially not without more votes from Wayne County. But we shall see what happens when Wayne County results keep getting dumped. And unfortunately, that big dump that I just gave you guys, the Stevens plus 53 male Detroit, that number is devastating, and it turns it into an actual competitive race. All of a sudden, it turns it into a race where Haley Stevens does have a fairly good chance. Yeah, Haley Stevens is outperforming the polls by significant margins right now in Michigan. In a lot of the rural districts, it's not looking too great. Stevens is at 66 to Abdul's 30 in Detroit, bruh. No, that's not that bad. That's not as bad as you think it is. Big dump for Abdul, let's go. Okay, it depends on where it's coming from. Like Abdul getting big pushes from different places is great, and it makes things exciting, but you have to look at, you know, where Abdul is performing. Isn't he outperforming expectations? And it does look like it's going to be a very long night if this continues as it's hold on. God, this is... University of Michigan voters an hour ago had a 100% El Sayed precinct. Hold on. It's so crazy because they were talking about how there's so much excitement at the Abdul Al-Sayed event and there's none at the Haley Stevens event, and it's kind of funny because it doesn't mean anything. As I was telling that other reporter as well, Thomas Massey had a lot of excitement around him, but it didn't fucking matter. The guy that didn't even campaign was able to coast into a victory with a Donald Trump endorsement and a fuck ton of money from Israel. I still think Abdul is obviously going to, I still have hope that Abdul is going to win this race. Having said that, it is a fuck ton, an unbelievable amount of life-changing amount of money overall. But, it's good to be calm in this moment. For the record, Haley Stevens overall still did a fairly decent job of not even doing outreach to the black community necessarily, but just simply saying over and over again that she got nodding to the Obama endorsement that she didn't actually receive, and that is enough for a lot of boomers to vote for him or for her. But that was Hold on. Yeah, but Wesley Bell has defeated former Representative Cori Bush in the Missouri Democratic primary rematch in St. Louis. Turns out maybe money does actually play a significant role over the many. It don't even matter. At least in that race. All right, let's continue. Al-Sayed has taken the lead in Bay County, currently ahead by 6 points. Very little vote reported. The initial drop has Stevens leading by roughly 15 points. Grand Rapids City election day comes in big for El-Sayed, but now it is done. Ann Arbor is close to done as well. So El-Sayed has his lead back, but these are a couple of his strongest areas that are done. Dearborn does remain, but like I said, it is definitely with the Stevens plus 53 mail-in ballot from Detroit. The more we see from Detroit, the more the night will shape out. But Abdul's strongest areas are close to being done, with the exception of Dearborn. Stevens is only leading by 2 points in her home county with 60% of the vote in, which is kind of crazy. Where like Abdul El-Sayed is at 47% an hour ago, whereas Haley Stevens is at 49.7%, which I think is also interesting. It's a testament to the fact that even in Haley Stevens' supposed stronghold, Abdul El-Sayed still had a fairly strong showing. But like I said, the good story, so far the good story of tonight is definitely Donovan McKinney. But yeah. So Stevens needed a roughly 55 point win in Detroit absentee, and she got 54. So it's actually that's what's like giving a lifeline to Haley Stevens right now, especially considering that Abdul El-Sayed had his strongest showing areas already, which is why he has what's the current numbers right now? Let's see. Wait, Donovan is down? Donovan McKinney is losing? What the fuck? I don't think Donovan is I don't think Donovan is gonna be I don't think the Donovan McKinney race is gonna look bad at the end of the day, but Haley Stevens is 4 points behind Abdul El-Sayed on the New York Times results currently, with Abdul El-Sayed at 50% exactly and Haley Stevens trailing behind at 46.5, Mallory McMorrow at 3%. Only 34% of the votes have been reported thus far.
This game, it feels good over here.
Kornacki Camp showing me more good signs. Hold on. Will Lawrence, New York Times says Will Lawrence back up at 14, plus 14. Does Abdul need 50% to prevent a runoff? No. How can it be this close? The average voter is so fucking stupid. It doesn't matter. Hartzell Gray is close, but down by 800 with 12,000 left. I think since a whole bunch of votes came in for Stevens in Detroit, a whole bunch of votes came in for Shree as a result, since the candidates are interchangeable. No, there's a lot of split ticket voters that voted for Haley Stevens and voted for Donovan McKinney. That's crazy.
Everything okay?
Decision desk has Hartzell losing. Low key, why do I get the feeling a bunch of people will go, oh, I didn't know you could only vote yesterday, tomorrow? I mean, that's always the case. Remember, guys, we have been unbelievably tapped in to this primary for months at this point, right? For months and months. And our perspective is not a shared one, okay? The average American, the average normie, and I saw this with like the canvassing operations that we did as well, the normies that, like, there are so many fucking normies who don't give a shit at all. The type of people that go out and vote, the type of people who are excited to go out and vote are usually nerds, in the primaries especially. We're talking about the midterm elections, right? We're talking about the midterm elections and a primary for a midterm election for a Senate race. Most people are not, you know, civic-minded in general, and I think a part of that is because, you know, people don't have anything to vote for. People are not all that excited, and boomers are the most powerful force as far as like maintaining status quo politics. And boomers literally fucking see mailers, and they see television ads, and they hear about the dangers of voting for a scary Muslim man, and they you know, they get their notes from people like that. Unfortunately, it's not. Is Hasan just hanging out at a bar? No, I'm just chilling because I wanted to go somewhere quiet so I could, like, you know, analyze the results instead of doing a constant fucking sea of like media slash interviews slash a photo shoot. Yeah, I'm in a bowling alley. Steve Kornacki thinks it's going terribly for Stevens. I don't know what numbers he's looking at, but I'm not looking at numbers that look. Maybe Steve Kornacki might be thinking it's going terribly for Stevens because he probably thought it was a lock for Stevens, maybe, but I'm doubtful. Haley is up 69-27 in Detroit, E-Day pending. Abdul closes the gap, but Haley still wins the E-Day vote, at least with this 57,000 votes that are in. With E-Day pending, guys. You were too confident, Haas? Oh no, for sure. For sure. Of course I was confident. I'm still confident. I'm worried that Jinsey might want to vote, but literally don't know how. Okay, that's crazy. Anyway. By the way, this is also part of the reason why when people were like, dude, why the fuck are you going to Michigan? It's a lock for Abdul. I was like, remember? I kept saying it's a lot of money that they're spending and it's a very important race. This is why I was here. New York Times showing 50-47 for Abdul. Abdul at plus 36 in Lansing. Is it too late to vote? Yeah, if you're still in line to vote, stay in line to vote. Yeah. Associated Press showing Abdul at 49.8% with Haley Stevens at 46.5%. So she's definitely inching along. But ultimately, that fucking boomer electability argument is mint still. It is genuinely the most powerful. It is legitimately the most powerful force for boomers. It's actually kind of crazy. Why does Stevens have such an advantage in Detroit anyway? Obama mailers. AIPAC dumped $30 million, $34 million into this race. And they just mass blasted mailers that suggested that Haley Stevens had gotten an Obama endorsement, and that was it. It was a wrap. That's why. Like, literally, there's nothing else to show for, like, there's no, if you were to ask people, like, why the fuck they voted for Haley Stevens, they would literally, they kept repeatedly saying, oh, because Obama trusts her. That's it. Lying is OP. Yeah. This is how they took out Thomas Massie. Why would they change? Because this is the Democratic Party's primary. Because it's the Democratic Party's primary. That's why it's different. And it has been different so far. I mean, look at the sequence of victories that we've achieved, where we've unseated incumbents. The problem here is Obama got involved in Iowa. Why not here? Dog. I don't think you want Obama to be involved in this race, because I don't know if Obama would have endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in this race. Kernacki saying it. Lawrence called. Decision desk is called Michigan 7 for William Lawrence, ladies and gentlemen. So there's the first good news of the night. Out of the slate, the Donovan McKinney, William Lawrence, and Abdul al-Sayed slate. That's the first W of the night, according to Decision Desk. Dearborn remains. I really hate Abe was wrong. I'm worried about an underperformance coming out of Dearborn, chat. Yeah. I think a lot of people are overestimating Dearborn turnout. I hope I'm wrong. The only reason why I'm saying that is because of, like, what I've heard from, you know, people I know.
What are you doing here?
I'm going through the results. The good for al-Sayed, he has a lead right now, says Zachary Danina of Vote Hub. The bad for him, his best vote in Kent has already been reported, Grand Rapids City. He should also go down vote share in Ingham and Washtenaw as counting continues and as more absentees come in. Al-Sayed's current 35-point lead in Kent looks strong, but Grand Rapids proper is mostly done reporting. Stevens could still gain ground in the suburban and rural areas of the county, the types of places where she has outperformed expectations across the state tonight. There's still pollsters out there that are predicting a double-digit win for Abdul in spite of the current performance, so we shall see how correct they are. Also, Bernie Sanders, not comfortable with El Sayed's ties to Hasan Piker, got misconstrued. I'm pretty sure he meant like he's not comfortable with what like the statement was, and not necessarily like he literally did not say that he was uncomfortable with Abdul El Sayed's ties to me. He was saying he was uncomfortable with the statement, but I think people misunderstood the way he said it. I can't believe how fucking close it is. But yeah. Wayne County, right now. What is, no, never mind. But yeah, some of the good signs so far is, like I said, Stevens' own county, where Abdul is actually performing fairly well, as opposed to you know, Stevens just like cooking up the numbers. But yeah, once again, it's all gonna get down to Detroit. It gets down to how hard Stevens is gonna dominate in Detroit. The fewer there's election day ballots, the better it is for Stevens. Deep. Well, hold on, wait here. Come give us some updates on what you think is going on. All right.
I would try to get my laptop in here.
Give us the good and the bad.
Well, so Nate's here. He's an expert on losing, and we're experts on winning. So
yeah, that's cool. Okay.
I got a picture of losers earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Can I put it this way?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so if you look right now, New York Times is from what their pre-projections was at versus where it's at now. El Sayed is up in rural.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine.
But I thought Haley Stevens was actually overperforming expectations in a lot of like these small towns across the fucking state.
So she has overperformed right now in the early vote that's coming for Detroit. She's up 30 points right now for Detroit.
Yeah, but she's supposed to be running up numbers in Detroit. That's expected.
Yeah, in the early vote.
Yeah.
It was actually interesting. We were knocking doors today, and as we were knocking doors, we met several people who were Stevens, Donovan supporters. And you're actually seeing that kind of come out right now where, you know, Shuri's only up by 7 in Wayne County and she's up 30 in Wayne County.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that crossover. But you have to imagine there's, you know, Stevens, Donovan voters exist.
Yeah,
but
well,
do the under voters exist?
I don't think so.
I don't even know what that person would be like.
Yeah,
they would be at this party theoretically, right? So we could ask around, did you vote for Shri?
Yeah, did you vote for Shri Thanadar?
So that seems optimistic. I should just go ask if there's any Indian folks out there about that. So that makes you have to believe that the last votes that come out that is going to be better for Abdul in Wayne County are also going to be much better for Donovan. Like if he has that crossover about like 10, 15, 20% with Stevens in the first vote.
That's what we were trying to do with our canvas, up and down for Donovan McKinney was like trying to peel voters off from Haley Stevens that were like Haley Stevens, the Donovan McKinney voters, black voters.
So we were actually canvassing with a bunch of creators today. As we were canvassing, we just saw this woman on the side of the road, and we saw that she had a Donovan McKinney road. We're like, yeah, Abdul and Donovan. She's like, I'm not voting for Abdul. And we're like, why is that? And it was interesting is she kind of was almost parodying, in some ways, anti-Muslim talking points, which I thought was like, didn't see it coming. I mean, in the car was like a Jewish person, like a Hispanic person, a white person, and then me. And then she kept looking at me, and she's like, "Well, what are you all?" I'm like, "I'm Indian." She's like, oh, "Okay, that's cool." But it was interesting. Is like she was like, you know, I feel that Arabs are given more attention with people than the black community is. And she was echoing these talking points you would almost see from like a Steve Bannon or a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens. So I do think there was something happening that she was diehard Donovan, but not at all for Abdul, and in fact, like very negative on Abdul.
Yeah, I mean, there's a barrage of attack ads. So, but none of that is useful. Okay. What I want is data. What I hunger for, what I yearn for, is the number. Okay.
The numbers that you should look for right now is that he's overperforming in rural areas based on what he should have been at, and he's okay in the smaller cities and the suburbs. If Haley wins, it's because she actually did better in the cities than expected. Like, if Abdul does as well as progressives do in cities, then he's fine. If not, then we have...
So it comes down to...
Well, then we have a problem, because, ironically, the reason why people think Michigan is a swing state isn't because of the cities, right? People are like, oh, you can win in New York City, you can win in Denver, you can win.
Yeah, my numbers guy is saying he's not really overperforming rurals. And the opposite is happening, but that's what I thought too. My assumption is actually Haley Stevens is overperforming in rurals, like way above expectations.
Well, I was going based on what the New York Times data was, so we can blame this man here for his colleagues, New York Times.
He doesn't work for the New York Times.
Oh, Post.
No, not the New York Post.
What are you?
None of those. It's one of those New York.
Oh, just New York something.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go through them all.
Don't worry about it. It's one of them bi-coastal elites.
Yeah.
I
don't understand. Like
okay.
I feel like I'm far more nervous than Steve Kornacki is right now, and I don't understand why. What?
Who's he rooting for?
Well, I don't know who he's rooting for, but he keeps saying that like Stevens is getting destroyed. And I don't think Stevens is getting destroyed at all. I am looking at, I guess, a very different interpretation of the night's events, where like the early votes, or like the early the early results that they released, I thought were actually incredible for Abdul. Not because Abdul was like leading, but because Abdul was leading in what we thought were actually the mail-in ballots, which is why I thought, oh, it's a wrap, it's over. But it turns out it was mixed results, which I don't even understand why they're doing that.
Ann Arbor came in huge at the beginning.
Yeah, well, that stuff is fine. That's expected. I'm talking about like counties that Haley Stevens was supposed to be overperforming in. Abdul was actually leading in some instances, and I don't know if it was just because of the mixed results, weighing some non-mail-in ballot, like non-absentee ballots more.
Well, here's one of the things. Look, Wayne County's reporting in more right now. So Wayne County, when they first hit that huge drop, Stevens was up plus 30. Now she's up plus 28. So it looks like that's going to eke back. And if it does eke back in those trends, it's hard to imagine.
I just don't know how to weigh them right now. I don't know if it's literally...
If it's just like mail-in ballots, or it's actually E-Day or not.
Yeah.
Where's Oakland County?
Everything is coming down to Wayne, and that's the reason why I am still optimistic but very nervous overall, because Wayne is the worst possible area. Like, so it's going to come down to how much Haley Stevens is going to run up the numbers in Wayne County, where there was a tremendous amount of impact from AIPAC spending and a tremendous amount of, mailers, like the fake Obama endorsement. Like, that plays a huge role in Wayne County, and that's the reason why I am not feeling as confident as everyone else has been so far. That's my assessment. Maybe I'm wrong. I do think we were overconfident. I mean, like, how many canvases did we go to this week where people were like, don't worry about Abdul, it's all about Donovan in the down ballot? Like, we would still carry Abdul lit, but the conversations we were having were for Donovan and Abraham. Ayaz. Actually, I didn't even check how his race. Do I want to check how he's doing? Did you meet Abraham? Yes, I love Abraham, but his chances were not looking too great from what I understand. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm.
I don't know how he's doing the down ballot.
Yeah, he got a shit ton of money spent against him.
Yeah.
$1 million for a state senate race.
Yeah, for a state senate race, it was like an unprecedented amount.
I forgot what his
Yeah, absentee plus early plus E-Day for Grand Rapids broke 69% of 27 for Abdul El Sayed, and that's it. Like that's his. But those are his best performing. Those are going to be his best performing districts.
Right now, Oakland County, that's home to Stevens' district. That has 76% reporting right now. She's up 2%.
That's good.
So
yeah, there are areas where Abdul is definitely.
So if she's carrying her home county by 2%, but right now Wayne County is just about 24% reporting, and she's up 30. You could see the pendulum swing. That's going to be more like that. It would be. Here's the thing: if Haley Stevens wins, it's because she massively overperformed Detroit, which means we really have a problem. We got to figure out actually how to tackle money in politics in cities that we thought we already had figured out. But
yeah.
I think it's just Wayne County's slow right now.
Well,
in Colorado, we had all this called by 7:05.
I know. That's why it's so fucking annoying because, like, yeah, I just don't I don't feel confident. I mean, I'm nervous for sure. I still feel like Abdul's going to win, but I don't like that it's going to come down to it's going to come down to do you know? Yeah, okay, sure.
He was part of the Movement House.
Yeah.
District 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ayash is down, but it's 30% reporting too. But that'd be a big swing for him in order to.
What's up, brother? What's up, man? I'm all right. How about yourself?
Nice to meet you. Heard a lot of good things. Friend of Mohsen Mahdawi, Columbia University. Cool. Set up the Movement House. We're hoping you stop by, man. But we're gonna we did a nice little pilot run. These gentlemen were also part of the Movement House. They didn't stay with us, but
I've been up and down and flying around too. I was in Wisconsin the other day, so I
How's it going? I hear it's going good in Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's going good, but sometimes things going good doesn't necessarily mean anything. The only poll that matters is on election day.
That's true. That's why I never look at polls. We just all foot on the pedal. I think we need more disciplined organizing. There's been a culture of organizing of just let's just chill, hang out. This is not about having a good time. There are lives on the line. People are dying every day.
Yeah.
Right? The future of our planet, the ecosystems are at risk. Literally to the brink of extinction almost. Right. So it's we gotta be taking this so seriously. I see people just chillaxing and chit-chatting. We gotta be out there campaigning like no tomorrow, and that's what frustrates me as an organizer. Movement discipline. I've been organizing 10 years since Bernie 2016 was a delegate, and I've seen that some folks have come into the movement and they're just they're just taking it easy. I'm like, we can't take our foot off the gas. No way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Freddie G did. Oh, I was supposed to stroke my beard, actually. That's what I was supposed to do.
So, you're going to come back to the People's Forum at some point, right? We're going to do something in Columbia next time?
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk all about it.
I called NYPD.
We'll talk all about it at a totally different time, if that's possible. Right now is probably the worst possible time to talk about this stuff, I promise, okay? I'm down.
I'd love to invite you another
Yeah, no, definitely.
Here's the upshot of the data, though.
What?
This is what I think. 76% reporting for Oakland County, home Stevens district, the wealthy district, more conservative leaning. She's up 2%. Wayne County is only reporting 23%, and she was up 30, and now she's only up 28. As those new votes come in, Wayne County will trend a little bit more. He already has the upper hand, so he should be fine closing it out.
Oakland County, so far 70,000 Dem absentee ballots returned. All of the ED is in. We were expecting around 120K, says Zachary Danini. So we were thinking Stephen has a 15K margin left out of Oakland since she's winning absentees by 30% right now, but it depends where they are from.
We have 60K. So all of E-Day got counted first in Oakland.
Yeah.
So he's winning huge in Oakland for E-Day.
The prediction market still have him at 85.
The prediction markets I have never looked at because it's the most irrelevant point of data. I mean, it's fine for...
It's a vibe check.
It's fine for momentum if you want to fucking believe it, but I think it's a crock of shit. I'll tell you why it's a crock of shit. every single time I've actually done something with a candidate, I will immediately see the prediction markers shoot up. And I don't have that kind of fucking motion. So there's clearly people who are like, oh, this is gonna happen again. Like, it's just, they have no disrespect to Harry Emden, okay? Harry Emden, no disrespect. But like, I think it's his most bunk.
You personally skew the prediction markets because you've gotten involved with racism.
Yes, and I think that for me is literally like an indication that there's no reason to look at fucking prediction markets. I think a lot of people have this tendency to assume that like I overestimate or I think I'm responsible for candidates winning or whatever. Like, I actually have the exact opposite opinion on myself, which is why when I see that kind of shit from Kalshi or Polymarket, I'm like, yeah, these guys don't know what the fuck is going on. There's no reason to look at this. It's not reliable at all.
The thing that I like about the vibes market, which really is what it feels like, is oftentimes it's actually more generous towards progressives than mainstream media is. Like, even when Mela was clearly winning the ground game, clearly like winning like local support and winning the county assembly, every single consultant, every single media company was like, nope, she has no chance. Nope, she has no chance. But it was on Kalshi that she was up. Like, the vibes market was there. So it does feel like, oh, look, there's some metric.
I think that's not. That's
the vibe market?
That's definitely not reliable data.
I'm not sure if it's reliable, but it's a data point out of like 20 data points.
Okay. I mean, if you...
We're going to go research some more data.
You want to know something? Like, Zara Mamdani was losing to Andrew Cuomo on betting markets on the night of the election. And so was Daria Liza. So, like, it's very clear that... and they
He's
had...
back up 50.
They had far... Yeah, that doesn't mean anything right now. They had far better ground game. They had far better ground game. Both Daria Liza and Zoran had far better ground game than Andrew Cuomo did, but the betting markets were wrong. So I think it's it's a swing and a miss. I would never look at that.
I agree.
I
feel like it's demographics and it's contacts. It's contact rate and it's the grit. It's like the culture that it's built. Like, Zoran's team was like, everyone was so motivated, and so like people had grit. People were like hustling. I feel like because the polls were the way they were, like people were not hustling the way that people could have been hustling. And as someone who always puts 110% forward,
Wayne County spread is now sub 20%. Abdul gains big in Wayne County election day.
Yeah, it just went from 30% to 20%.
Abdul stems the bleeding in Oakland. He cuts into the Wayne gap. He has Genesee County largely outstanding, UAW area, Kalamazoo County also outstanding by 85%. This is a position that I would prefer to have a 15,000 vote lead right now than attempting to come back.
Mallory McMorrow also with 3.7%.
Great, yeah, I know.
For that, we're the margin.
I hear Mallory McMorrow is stable. Please God. Okay, but yeah, that's a good point. Look, Wayne County, and the fact that it's gone from 30% to 28% to 20% as that vote comes in.
Yeah.
It is also, it's interesting that Michigan just counts ballots in a random order. They just stir them into a pot. Let me tell you, in Colorado, though, we count them in order. First come, first serve.
Will Lawrence winning...
Will Lawrence is called.
Will Lawrence getting called is good, but it doesn't even fucking matter. It literally, there is no ballot organizing for some weird goddamn reason in Michigan, it seems. I mean, with the Donovan McKinney race, you have like literal split ticket voters that voted for Haley Stevens and then Donovan McKinney, because like there's racial dynamics at play in that race. Obviously, it kind of makes sense, but like, I don't know. I don't fucking understand.
Can we appreciate the moderates splitting the vote in Will Lawrence's district, though?
Yeah, that was great. That was great. That is great. But no moderate split in this one, and then also on top of that, $70 million the $70 million is making itself be known in very meaningful ways right now, for sure.
Is it the most expensive Democratic primary of all time?
I think so.
Senate primary, probably.
It's the most. It is. I forget what it was. I think it was the single. Like AIPAC was it broke records with the amount of spend that it put into this race. I believe it's like more than 32 million, and then the total spent. The final numbers were, I believe Abdul had 62 million spent against him just in the primary, with 32 or 34 million coming just from AIPAC.
going to hit 180 for the primary? It's going to be close.
Yeah. I'm not as worried about Mike Rogers at all. I'm telling you right now, I said this before and everyone fucking laughed at me. The primaries for left populist candidates is a harder race to fucking win.
Yeah.
Because the base is already excited. Once it's partisan, it's over. And left populist candidates have a tendency to pick up low propensity voters, even on like unlikely races. And that theory we haven't been able to really test at all, with some exceptions, but they don't really count. But that's the whole point. Like Bernie would have won. That's the Bernie would have won message. Yeah. Is exactly like it would have been a wrap in 2016 if Bernie won. Michigan would not have gone to Donald Trump. So like the whole point is, as long as we can unite the entire Democratic Party, the high propensity voters, and like the party partisans, like the old boomers that are gonna fucking vote against Donald Trump, with young voters with an additional amount of youth turnout, youth excitement, low propensity voters overall, that only left populist candidates are capable of exciting, the Mike Rogers race is a wrap. But again, the Mike Rogers race probably would have been a wrap even with Haley Stevens as well. But I do think that Abdul El-Sayed, I told you not to laugh during the debate that it was possible with the endorsement from Whitmer, we're going to help her. I don't think these are Whitmer endorsements as much.
No.
I don't think this is, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think these are Whitmer endorsements that are helping Haley Stevens as much. I could be totally off base here. I think it's literally just a barrage of ads.
It looks like it's concentrated actually.
Especially considering that it's like more rural areas that they were able to fucking beef up. Like Haley Stevens was able to outperform. I suspect that like, I guess the racialized animus.
Where are you getting that? I'm seeing that based on the benchmark.
My numbers guy. I have a numbers guy.
There's a numbers guy.
It's Vincent. It's Vincent.
Vincent. Oh, okay. Oh, where is Vincent?
He's with Donovan.
Oh, Vincent's like out there with the computer just crunching it.
Yeah.
Mila and Chris Rabb just left for Donovan's too. You're here for the long haul.
I want to, like, if it were up to me, I already got here. But if it were up to me, I would fucking go back to my hotel and look at the data because
do you want a Red Bull?
This is my, no, I'm fine. No, I'm on crack cocaine right now. Like I'm not remotely sleepy at all.
Yeah, I think you can.
Yeah. Poll update 24.4. Poll update 24.4% precinct supporting. Abdul still in the lead at 50% with 318,098 votes. Will continue updates. Stay strong, Michiganders.
There was definitely an overconfidence, though. I think everybody was saying that Abdul was gonna smoke it.
What are we at for?
And almost like it was almost a detriment because I think.
No, I don't think that like stopped people from going out and voting because they were like, oh, it's a wrap.
I think it didn't stop voters. I think it stopped people going to knock doors, phone bank, canvas, so they go.
The reason why I was still here instead of doing anything else, which is what people were expecting me to do because they were like, it's a wrap already, but was because I did not underestimate the amount of money that was being spent against them. El-Sayed gaining 7.36 votes for everyone Stevens receives in Dearborn. This is probably the bulk of his lead over Stevens statewide. Now we watch and see how close it gets. Up to 75% of Dearborn election day in, and it's a big margin for El-Sayed. But again, Dearborn is shaky. Like a lot of, remember what Abe said. Like a lot of Arabs don't vote. Yep. Apparently, it's a huge problem as far as like, well, from what I understand, a lot of the Arab population of Dearborn, especially in the primaries, are not here. They leave. They go to Iraq, they go to Syria, they go to Lebanon. They leave, so they're not here to vote regardless, and they don't send in absentee ballots from overseas.
What are we at for overall vote counting?
45%.
He'll have a bit more margin coming from Dearborn, and he'll have some Lansing City later in the night, but after that, it's a little unclear where he'll be gaining the vote. Abdul this is. But Stevens just gained 4K in an Oakland at AB drop, and there's probably 10K more margin there for her.
I just feel like Wayne County has to flip. Like Detroit itself. If Abdul loses Detroit, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I guess he could still win. But that's gonna have to clear. And that's still only 26% in. Historically, is it counted by midnight?
Yeah, I just don't know how to interpret Michigan election results like I do for Utah.
Yeah.
I'm on easy mode. I'm on easy mode in Colorado.
You're right. I'm following UMich voter. Shout out.
He still blocked me though. Yeah, I'm blocked by UMich voter.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Cobb Blomquist has officially lost the Michigan 1 primary, unfortunately, and it's not even close. I mean, Calibar put up 56.6% to his 33.8% in Michigan 1. That's funny. The UMich voter has blocked you.
Hey, UMich, I apologize. If you're a streamer or if you're a listener again.
I'll get to him.
I apologize. The real bellwether is McMara. Has she walked in yet? Because she said she was going to go to the victory party.
Yeah, but she was probably on the way to the Abdul event, and then she saw the results and was like, "Wait a minute, fuck that! Turn the car around."
Where's Haley's event? Just down the street.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, the biggest L of the night will go to the pollsters in general because this is like a double-digit miss, and I don't even understand how. I mean, depending on how it turns out, because it looks like it's turning out to be a real barn burner, a far closer race than what the pollsters were predicting. The pollsters had like plus 17, plus 15 across the board.
Small dump from Wayne County, a little bit more favorable for Abdul.
Okay.
Oh, UMich voter is streaming.
Oh.
There you go.
I didn't even know that they streamed.
They have a space on Twitter.
Nate Silver defends the pollsters. A lot of those pollsters in Michigan are hurdy and or shitty, but it's a legit hard race to poll. Black voters, especially working class black voters, can be hard to reach. Young voters may be underrepresented in traditional surveys, but now we've mostly shifted to online panels. But yeah, you look at the polls and it's like, with the exception of Glenn Gariff at C, that's the other side of this. There's only one outlier poll and it's from Glenn Gariff, which is like kind of almost like an internal. It's from it was from the outlet that endorsed her. So that one was plus 7 for Haley Stevens, and then every other, like there's only one from Tavern Research that was plus 3 for Abdul El Sayed, and every other poll is like Abdul El Sayed plus 10, plus 11, plus 16, plus 14. Emerson College being like the most significant one at plus 16. Zenith at plus 19. Which was obviously affiliated with Abdul's pack, but regardless, like there were a lot of internals that showed Abdul doing like almost plus 20, and then there were a lot of polls overall that still showed him at like a comfortable double-digit, like outside of the margin of error victory.
UMich voter feels good about it.
He does. UMich voter was also saying
He doesn't even live in Michigan. He moved to Brooklyn now.
He moved to Brooklyn.
So he doesn't even live in New Jersey. He's from New Jersey. He went to University of Michigan. I know his backstory. He fucking door knocked for Claire. He door knocked for Daria Lisa.
Oh, that's dope. Well, what the hell did he block me for?
Yeah, because he was big. He was big in the pocket of Mallory McMorrow. He was a McMorrow warrior until it was Mick over, and then he very quickly became a Abdul El Sayed guy.
Why would? Okay.
But that's what happened with UMich voter.
This is really UMich voters' day to shine, though. If there's any chance that anyone was looking at Michigan right now, it's right now for like a close race.
Stevens doesn't really have the same. Oh, UMich is saying, I feel very good about Abdul. Stevens doesn't really have the same basket of heavy nuke votes left outside of Macomb. All right, let's see.
Oh, I can't jump on his stream because I'm still blocked. I was trying to.
You can listen on mine. I turned it off.
You want to hear what a UMich voter has to say. Anyway. Senator Bernie Sanders predicts Abdul can win a general election in Michigan and says he'd pick Sam Piker over James Carville for the Democratic Party if faced with the choice. My full interview. Bernie Sanders, why are they asking why are they asking Grand Unk about this shit? They literally were like, well, don't you think Abdul's affiliation with Hasan is bad?
Didn't he also say, like, I'm not even a part of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah. But it is very funny that they're like, it's just like everything. They're literally like, we got to get this Hasan guy out of here. And it's so funny.
Even David Hogg can fight it out.
No, I think David is, he's also not a big fan of AIPAC either, which is a big no-no, obviously, in these circles. But it is very funny that, like, he's the safer option in comparison to someone like myself. He's not like a socialist or anything, but ultimately it still doesn't matter because he's also anti-Israel. So from their perspective, he's not any better. Like most people on this front are very single issue, and it's mostly just like Israel related.
I'm trying to find out the next drop for Wayne County. They don't like list them.
Zachary Danini says, prepare for a really late night. In 2024, Wayne County released big batches of ballots at 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh my God.
These may prove to be decisive again at the rate we're going. I will die.
I will, maybe when this is called, I'll be on a flight to Denver. I'm going to have to pay the $8 for Wi-Fi.
Yeah. We'll have a bit more margin coming in from Dearborn, and he'll have some Lansing City later in the night, but after that it's a little unclear where he will be gaining the vote. But Stevens just gained 4K in Oakland AB drop, and there's probably 10K more margin there for her. So it's going to get ever closer.
I love Audrey. She's the best.
Less than ideal angle for a second chat.
Do you want a Red Bull?
Vincent will be here soon.
Do you want a Red Bull?
No, I'm chewing caffeine.
What the fuck? Dude, that's not good.
Oh, it's just one? It's my second one today.
Is that better than a Zen?
Right.
How's Donovan looking right now? Is Donovan...
No, it's the same. 27% reporting for his county too.
I mean, they're saying it's like they're feeling pretty good about.
Well, think about how much split vote came in, right? If Haley was up that massively, and then Donovan's right, so that again, you have to imagine what does an Abdul Shiri voter look like. Maybe we should start asking around. Like,
Okay.
I'm down to my last Zen.
Kornacki's doing the math on Wayne. You should watch. All right, let's tune into Mr. Khaki himself.
In the absentee, the vote by mail, she is leading in the election day vote. So again, that speaks to the. Al Sayed does better with election day votes, but we said, Stevens does so well in the polling, and it looks like this is happening in the actual election itself with black voters, in Detroit, 3/4 of the population. So even though Al Sayed's doing better, even though the election day vote is sort of his bread and butter there, he's still losing it right now to her. He's just not losing it by as much as he's losing the absentee vote by. So the idea of a landslide for Stevens in Detroit that could net her something like 30,000, a plurality, of something like 30,000 votes, statewide, she's trailing by 25,000 right now.
Yeah, that's why it comes down to Wayne County.
A quarter of the vote that's in. There's still a ton of election day vote to come. What's counted so far? So, what are we doing right now?
What are we doing, Khaki?
Well, ironically,
is there a call in Michigan 13? Okay, I just want to go to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So,
we just had an update in Genesee.
Yeah.
13,000.
And sorry, I'm going through that. What we said about this coming all around to Detroit and to, Stevens' ability to get a big number out of there, I think it's coming around to. And what I'm trying to get through in my head right now, and we're going to do a hit, and then we're going to, I think this is becoming the question, so we're going to go focus on how many votes do we think are going to come out of Detroit? What share of the vote do we think Stevens is going to get?
Yes, that's the whole point. Come on, Steve. You were talking good. You were talking a big game earlier.
And what plurality is that going to translate into? Because, and then that just comes into play, all of these individual counties that we've been going through, there are places where she falls short of that Biden-Whitmer benchmark. There's some places where she goes a little bit ahead of it. There's some outstanding, we're trying to figure out where they're going to land in Grand Rapids. She's at 33% with 71% in right now. The wiggle room that she has, when we use that Whitmer benchmark, is Wayne County. Because look at Stevens is leading in Wayne County by 20. They're coming to me. We'll go through this. The wiggle room. What?
It's got like 4 producers in it.
Not everyone can do live streaming. It's not easy.
It's not.
It's not easy.
What we expect for the total vote out of Detroit. Yeah.
Stop crumpling the paper, Steve.
Great on the lab.
We are back, keeping a close eye on that critical Michigan Senate primary on the Democratic side. You're looking at both campaign headquarters here for Abdul El-Sayed, Haley Stevens as well. There's a lot of action, except we can't see it because it's happening as the votes are being tallied, and we don't know what those results are yet. We are dying to know. We're going to be checking in with Steve Kornacki throughout the night. He is joining us now.
Stop the steal, Wayne County. Stop the steal.
Let's start with, where we are statewide in Michigan, I got a flag. Welker is going to be joining us in a second. If she's on empty seat, she's here. She's walking into the studio. I don't want you to think she left us. I just wanted to flag that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, look, statewide in the Democratic primary, we're at half the vote right now. In that margin, again, it's a little bit more just ticked in right there. 3.5 points for El-Sayed over Stevens. I'll tell you what we're trying to figure out right now is how many votes we expect out of the city of Detroit and what kind of plurality we think that Haley Stevens can get out of that. Because the numbers from Stevens out of Detroit so far for her have been really good. And I'm just looking at it right now. It's a frustrating thing. We can't show you in the board, unfortunately. We can show you the county, but not within the county. In Detroit right now, Stevens is getting 69% of the vote, and El-Sayed is getting 27% of the vote, okay? So that translates right now into a plurality of nearly 25,000 votes for Stevens, and there are a lot of votes still to come here, okay?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of that, the vote by mail is doing some heavy lifting in that Detroit number I'm giving you right there. Again, that vote by mail.
The UNC vote.
The election day vote, though, that has been counted so far, she's winning. Not by any kind of margin, that she's getting the vote by mail by, but she is winning it. And so we're trying to get a handle here on what we expect the final vote to be out of Detroit and what kind of plurality that could ultimately be for Stevens, right? Because right now she's trailing 27,000 statewide. But if she's romping in Detroit, if that's what ends up happening, okay, and this is a place where I should back up a second. We keep talking about the election day vote powering El-Sayed. This is the one place where, it's not going to help Stevens like the election, like the early vote is, but she's doing, I think, so well with the black vote that she may be able to do good still with the election day vote there and really get a margin out of Detroit, okay? And could that margin, right, how much, could that margin eat into this when El-Sayed is leading, by statewide right now? Other things that we're looking at, other big sort of places that we're looking right now that loom as key, Genesee County, where Flint is. This is a pretty big piece of real estate. About 4% of the vote statewide is going to come out of here. This has, outside of Wayne, this has the second largest concentration of black voters in Michigan. So again,
he's doing pretty well there.
it applies not quite as dramatically, but it applies to Flint into Genesee County, and we're just kind of getting started there with the vote. 23% that's in Saginaw County here. Again, there's a substantial, not as much as Flint, certainly not as much as Detroit, but there is a meaningful black population there, especially in a Democratic primary. Quarter of the vote, Stevens there leading, by a double-digit margin. Opportunities for Stevens in these places to post pluralities that could really eat into what you're seeing from Al Sayed right there. We're also trying to get a handle on what we've been showing you in a place like Grand Rapids, Kent County, where Al Sayed got huge numbers out of the city of Grand Rapids. That included the vote by mail in Grand Rapids, and where the rest of the county.
Okay, that's fine. That's all right. All right.
Do you think it bodes bad for Abdul and progressive movement if Haley wins Detroit?
Yes.
But Abdul still wins. Let's say Abdul
No. No, if Abdul wins, it's not a problem.
That he lost Detroit.
No, if Abdul wins, it's not going to be a problem because these are mostly like party loyalist voters. They're not going to vote for a Republican. They're most likely, especially black voters, are most likely not going to sit out a general election unless the Democratic Party literally actively tries to rat fuck Abdul, which they're not going to because this is the path to Senate majority. So I'm not worried about the general election, but I am, however, worried about the margin of victory that Haley Stevens will win Detroit over. This is the real issue. That's what I've been saying. That like Abdul's election day voter turnout is not enough to actually even make up for or put a dent in the margin of victory that Haley Stevens has with a lot of old voters. However, UMich voters' first batch of Outer Wayne looks not that strong for Haley. I love that so much of the arguments from people in response to like Abdul's performance is just literally being like, oh, he's Hamas El Sayed. Like they're not even hiding how unbelievably racialized the attacks are. Like they're just straight up, literally in his UMich voters' replies, being like, "Your boy's a fucking jihadist. Like I hope he dies." All this shit. It's genuinely insane.
It's all anti-Muslim.
Yeah,
right?
no,
Israel's realized that Israel is apartheid.
Yeah, no one is pro-Israel, but at least they can still draw up animosity towards Muslims, especially seemingly not that bad in fucking rural counties as well, including to a certain degree in Detroit, which is like I would say still a surprising performance because black population polled overall are far more woke on the issue of Israel than any other demographic.
But it's like the same thing that they did to take out Jamal Bowman or Cori Bush the first time around, right? They never argue about the issue. They argue about
it's never about
boosting
none of the
$10 million for Obama fake endorsed Haley Stevens.
Yeah, none of it has anything to do with Israel, but it doesn't matter. It won't stop Israel from doing a victory lap if they they get anything here.
So if you're doing the math from 23% to 32%, the vote went from 30 to 17. So that is
not great.
I've never seen you look this nervous.
Well, I mean, you've never seen me on election nights. I'm always this nervous.
Like this, just like a refreshing the needle.
Oh, I'm literally same with Zoran. Like it's never over until it's done. I was far more confident about Abdul than I have been with any other race.
Everybody was.
Judging by like the 10 points to 20 point margin of victory, but there's a reason why I'm here and not like anywhere else in these. What's going on? What's up? Yeah, of course. Because like people are like, why wouldn't you go to Abdul's a rat? Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm running
Lipko. What's up? Nice to meet you.
I'm running a state house campaign in the 88.
Hell yeah.
We're starting a DSA chapter in Muskegon. So shout out to Chad if you're in Muskegon.
Hell yeah.
This is my guy. We're really trying to get some DSA momentum.
Oh, you're good. Of course.
Let me get a picture.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Sorry, I was awkwardly staring at you.
Part of the reason.
I was just wondering if you were doing something.
Oh, we've been doing things, yeah.
Awesome.
Am I able to
I appreciate all the work you do. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, you got me on this, to be honest.
Thank you for being all over this campaign.
It's been a time.
It sure has. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you for everything you've done with DSA.
Of course. Nice to meet you guys. No problem. I don't like people's rosy perspective on it. I think on election night, I think most people, no matter how experienced they are in interpreting results, they literally just look at the overall percentage and they go, oh, 10%, Abdul's up 10 points, it's over. That's not the case, obviously. It matters entirely where certain votes are coming from. I think a lot of people also overestimate, for example, even someone like Steve Kornacki, I suspect, is overestimating Dearborn turnout. But then there's a lot of unpredictable factors that you only get a better understanding of if you literally go to these districts.
Wait, why is
One
it
of the
overestimating
things,
Dearborn? Based on your
a lot of people, will look at past performance or whatever, or maybe even look at not a primary necessarily, but a general election, right?
Yeah.
And one of the problems that I found out in the Dearborn turnout, for example, the overall turnout in Dearborn, is that, I don't know what it's going to look like at the end of the day for Abdul, right? But there are a lot of people that live in Dearborn that also live elsewhere. They have summer homes, so they'll fly back. So a lot of them don't send in absentee ballots, so they're just not here and they don't vote. But some of them actually come back before the general. So then they actually still end up voting in the general. So if you're looking at past performance like that, you're not going to be able to interpret, or you're not going to be able to correctly predict the results. Similar thing with Detroit. A lot of people are like, oh, Detroit, it's a city. The election day turnout is going to be great because that's where our bread and butter is for this sort of movement. Is young voters, in urban environments are going to come out in big numbers. It's going to be youth turnout, and it's going to actually make up for the early votes that come in with older voters who have it varies state by state. Some states, in Los Angeles, for example, in California, younger voters tend to vote very late, sometimes on election day, but they also drop mail-in ballots rather than go in and vote at a polling station.
Right, so what's the deal here?
I think here it's older. It's more classic. It's older voters. They vote early. They vote often. They love voting.
And those votes get counted first?
So I don't exactly understand how they count these votes because I thought they were going to do them separately, and that was part of the reason why I was excited very early on, because I thought that Abdul was winning Abdul was expected to be losing by really wide margins in the early vote, because it was going to be the early votes, the absentee ballots that are counted first. That's not what happened. They ended up counting mixed. They ended up counting mixed. I don't know why, and I don't know how that works. But Donovan is up. Good. Good. They're doing drops kind of chaotically, but the broad understanding that early is worse remains mostly true. It's mixed, but directionally true still. So yeah, if early voting was straight up, not mixed, and it was just early votes, and they had separated the way that they were counting the votes, and Abdul was up 20 instead of being down 35, that's why I was oh my God, it's fucking super over. It's unbelievably over. It's going to be 75% or something. You know what I mean? Something crazy. But it wasn't. It was mixed. So they had mixed results. And I guess Abdul is still, doing better in certain areas, and Haley Stevens is actually, from what I understand, doing a lot better, outperforming expectations in a lot of rural counties. A lot of small towns, And also, of course, the black vote. But she hasn't actually been trouncing on the black vote in the way that she needs. But she is close enough to what she needed as the decisive margin over Abdul al-Sayed, and especially the early votes, that, you know, it's going to keep getting closer and closer. Big dump in Wayne for Abdul. He's down 17,000 in Wayne County with 45% in. New York Times Needle officially predicting an Abdul win by +2. Scroll down. I mean, is it Nate Cohn?
Okay.
I don't know. I can't scroll down because I'm not fucking logged into the goddamn New York Times account. Jesus.
The needle has been running a while.
Yeah.
Keep injecting that in.
Yeah, I need that needle right now. It's copium. Give me a dose of copium right now, Nate.
I know the needle personally. I trust him.
Yeah.
Go way back, go college together.
Oh my God, if one more person gives me Stevens just went down from 25% to 7% in Kalshi, I'm gonna fucking headbutt you through the phone, okay? I am so anti-fucking, like, gambling in general, and also, like, these sorts of prediction markets, that I hate that, like, people rely on them in any way, shape, or form, especially because, like, if you're in this community, you're super tapped into the elections far more than the average person is. So you've seen the prediction markets for Zoran showing, and the prediction markets for Adriano Espaillat, showing an Adriano Espaillat victory on the day of the election, and showing an Andrew Cuomo victory on the day of Zoran's election. So they still trust it. I don't know why. It's vibe session. Nothing turns me into a fundy Muslim more than gambling, lamafao. Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the one thing that I only care about as far as haram goes. That's the one thing. That's literally it. Everything else, I mean, I even eat.
This party's haram and it's sort of upsetting.
This party is halal. Yeah, there is. I wish it was haram. Same. You got it. Election night. Like, I would like to drink a little bit. It would definitely help me with my nerves currently. But, you know, yeah. New York Times showing Abdul al-Sayed. Wait, what the fuck? These are old, dude. These numbers are old, aren't they? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but. Yeah, Abdul al-Sayed at 50%, Haley Stevens at 47%, with 53% of the votes counted so far on the New York Times. 405,000 votes approximately, with Haley Stevens at 382,000, trailing close behind. Very close race overall. It might actually come down to a +2 margin of victory. But once again, not worried about what this says in the general. Not worried about what this says in the general, especially because the Haley Stevens voters are not voting for Haley Stevens because they're offensive voters, they're defensive voters. So they're literally, like, her entire campaign was around big endorsements and defensive voting for the general, with the idea that, like, a barrage of earned media opportunities coming from the likes of Jake Tapper and numerous other, like, you know, anchors and whatnot, talking to the boomers all day, every day about how terrifying Abdul al-Sayed is the reason why they would vote for Haley Stevens. Those are high propensity voters that will absolutely vote straight Democratic ticket every single time. So I'm not worried about that at all, unless there is like a crazy rat fucking operation that tries to depress voter turnout, which could happen. That could very well happen. AIPAC could come in and hammer anti-Muslim sentiment as hard as possible in Wayne County to set up Mike Rogers with with better margins overall.
Is going to be out at midnight.
Yeah, I know. They're coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
In Kalamazoo County, one of the counties we are watching closely tonight, says Christine Zhang, Dr. Abdul al-Sayed is leading across vote types. These results continue the trend of favorable returns for al-Sayed in counties with college towns and large shares of young voters, including Ingham County, where Michigan State is, and Washtenaw County, where University of Michigan is. Oh, we might get fucking kicked out.
Why?
Because both of these, I guess, like, they Tim Balk says, New York Times reporter Tim Balk, who I have not seen tonight yet, even though he texted me. I think he wanted to interview me. Has said the crowd is thin noticeably at Dr. Abdul El-Sayed's party in Detroit. His campaign says the venue for roughly another hour. Many people are glued to election results pages on their phones. One told another he was leaving to get pizza. There has not been a speaker for quite a while, saying that the environment has shifted inside of the Abdul El-Sayed headquarters. But I think it's I don't think these guys understand. I think it's because this is a halal event with families, like a lot more. I don't know if you noticed, there's a lot more kids here than like any other election.
People are nervous.
Well, I think that's part of it, but I also do think that it's people just like going to sleep because they're like, we're not going to get the results until like far later in the night. Which, if that's the case,
no needle. Huh?
Oh, I fucking missed the needle. I didn't even find the needle. Update from Zachary Danini. If you don't give me something good, I'm going to find Vote Hub headquarters. Exactly what El-Sayed needed in the Detroit Election Day vote. Pretty much best case for him, but it's a close race and a long way to go. Obviously, Detroit City E-Day vote comes in with Abdul hot on Haley Stevens' heels. Election Day vote showing Haley Stevens at 50.1% to Abdul El-Sayed's 46.9%. Remember, like, it's all about stopping the hemorrhaging at this point in Wayne County across the board, specifically in Detroit with Election Day voting. Because Abdul obviously still has a margin of victory here, but every single drop that Haley Stevens gains on, it entirely depends on how much she gains on Abdul by. If these percentages hold, we'll see. Like Dearborn, Hamtramck lean in Abdul's direction, but again, they're not going to be able to give him large enough total votes for him to make the distance for Detroit, which is a far larger share of overall votes, around 22%, I think. That's why I was worried from the start about like leaving it up to Detroit is a very dangerous predicament. But unfortunately, that's what it's going to come down to. If Abdul loses, I'm on board with the Democrats fixing elections. Stop the steal. They're joking. They're not being serious.
I appreciate you. No, I'm good.
Ingham County still set to add 10K votes to AAS lead. It's not as close as it looks, Hasan, unless Wayne absolutely obliterates Abdul El-Sayed with the rest of his vote. It's very unlikely she catches him.
Who said that?
What?
Who said that?
Someone in the chat did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna win. It's just the margins are gonna.
Yeah, but it.
Feel bad because the margins.
I don't like it. Donovan took the lead, 52 to 47.
Donovan's gonna win. That's good. Donovan might come here. That's nice. You should have Donovan.
Donovan will put me in a much better mood. If I see Donovan, I will automatically be in a better mood. Let's be real. He's the only person that can put a smile on my face. I think we're gonna have to pack this up and go back to the hotel, by the way, because we're not gonna be able to know until later in the night, and I will be fucking continuously streaming through the process chat up until I have to fly back home, if it's necessary. But yeah, UMich voter conservative estimates is at 2%. Abdul wins by 2%. That's fucking crazy, by the way. That is like... 2%. Look, I don't give a fuck if Abdul El-Sayed wins by 1 vote, okay?
Yeah.
A victory is a victory. No, having said that, I mean, this is like...
Those predictions,
Look, the greatest weapon was that one Detroit plus 53 fucking absentee nuclear bomb. God damn boomers, man. Fucking boomers, dude. It is crazy. It is... God, boomers. Boomers, what am I going to do with you?
When do they have this place?
Like another, 45 minutes, I think.
Oh, really? That's it?
That was easy.
Yeah.
It's already on.
Yeah, it is already. Abdul said is ahead of New York Times pre-election benchmarks on, obviously we're still waiting for full results, but smaller cities and suburbs, data from 2 out of 14 counties show Abdul at +4, and then rural is Stevens +3. Is the leader margin. Stevens needed at least +16. It's still early, but in the counties that have reported enough votes, Abdul El-Sayed is ahead of their pre-election benchmarks by a 7-point margin. These benchmarks reflect how we expect each county would vote in a close race based on past results in pre-election polls. I don't trust anything anymore. It is mind-boggling how much just a money cannon can fucking sway this level. Like this is, the fact that this is close by an ass hair shows exactly how much money still has unbelievable amounts of sway. Oh, that's nice. I mean, she didn't have to do that, but.
It's a chain reaction.
Okay. Hi. Yeah.
We're so bored and it's getting so slow. So we are I dared them. I'm going to talk to Hasan. I'll say, listen, I need to make the cut, okay?
Okay.
My little blip there that I'm going to save for the rest of my life, I need to make it to your final cut.
Okay.
Me and you there.
Okay.
Okay.
You're in it. What's up? You want to take a photo? Let's do it.
You've been dating for ages. We're wondering what you're talking about.
We're crunching numbers. That's it. We're looking at drops, big drops.
They were asking how is streaming even work? He's been streaming for 4 hours.
I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I'm going to probably continue for another 9 hours, 4, 5, depending on how long it takes.
There's a lot of glare.
There's a lot of glare. I need a stool. I need to look taller. There's a lot of. No, don't do that.
Okay, ready?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's from the ceiling.
Yeah.
Do you get my best side?
Okay, try this one.
You don't have a bad side.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to come over towards me?
Yeah, thank you. Is that the deal? You're the cameraman.
Rebecca.
Oh, that's better.
Do you want to be in this, and then David can take it if you want?
Okay, I'll take it. I'll do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm going to make the final cut. I'm good.
This is my first time ever. So I did about 2
Great.
Nice to meet you guys.
Thanks so much.
Have a great night.
What do you think? How long?
It's going to be a long night, unfortunately. But it's fine. I think it's still, it's not terrible. It's still looking pretty good. But we'll see.
All right, cool. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Nice to meet you guys.
Is this what you predicted?
It's not
close.
Well, people that are far smarter than me are saying it's a conservative, a conservative prediction puts Abdul somewhere around +2 at the end of the day, and that's the margin of victory. Which is, in comparison to the expectations, especially because the polls were just way too overconfident.
Yeah.
Wayne County down to +8. Big dumps, massive dumps. Kernacki just said they think around 170,000 votes left, but they count Detroit already, so I assume most of it would be Dearborn and so on.
Well, thanks.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to
Hi.
explain them what streaming is.
Yeah, hell yeah. What's up?
I gave you the shirts the other day.
Oh, they were amazing.
Yeah, you liked them?
Yeah, I wore one already. It was
Cool.
sick.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know who it was, the Detroit screen printing company.
Oh, hell yeah.
Simplified. But I just know they didn't like reprint over the
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Thanks for repping it.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Dave Weigel takes. Some takes for the take god, who must be fed before midnight. Dave Weigel says, El Sayed on track to win, but a low single-digit win that makes the story more, how does he unite the Dems, then left-wing juggernaut crushes puny establishment. Money can indeed buy goods and services. Maybe not bad for him to start from that position. The influencer pool party looked like an early end zone dance, cut against his Made in Michigan bio. We need to chill the hell out in internal polling. It drove a Stevens' toast storyline, along with him out campaigning her small events, etc. Peter said it would be close. The polls said plus 17. Go with the senator over the polls. I'm not absolving myself here. I shared polling from Pro AES Super PAC that was wildly off. Yes, too much internal polling. There's good confidence predicting victory when reporters ask horse race questions, and bad confidence. Joe Miller going to DC in 2010 and posting pics of his office shopping before losing to Murkowski. Posting with influencers on live streams look like the latter. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I do think that the pool party was a bad look for sure. Let's just say that wouldn't be my preferred activity. I'm far more a firm and committed believer in door knocking until the very last fucking door that is to be knocked. And they did do that, to be fair. Abdul El Sayed's team had incredible ground game, and they never really stopped. Him going to one fucking pool party amidst like a million different events to say what up to all the influencers that were coming in from out of town to also show support. It's a blemish, but nonetheless. Zachary Danini gives us a vote of confidence. Says, I would still rather be El Sayed for what it's worth, although it is, of course, a very close election. That Detroit ED drop was very important. Stevens needs suburban Wayne and the city of Flint to come in very well for her. That's what he said. So that's good. No surprise, but Abdul is sweeping election day voting in Macomb. Oh, there's But yeah, at least that vote splitting helped us with Willie Morris, so that's good. +8 Abdul and win. I will say he's remained around 50% for the past 30 percentage points. +8 Abdul and win. Kornacki's still pretty confident that Stevens can't do it. I don't trust Kornacki, I'm sorry. He's too much of a hoper. I think it's because he just, I don't know why, but I think he just thought that Haley Stevens would be doing better somehow.
So weird.
New York Times estimating Stevens only nets less than 2K more from Wayne. Hasan, I'm shitting my pants. Please hold me. Michigan Native American communities and reservations are located. Stevens is currently +8 in Wayne County. Not even American, but watching this whole thing nervously. I mean, this is an internationally relevant race. I want to remind people, again, $70 fucking million. Okay? $70 million. Nate Silver has a bronze take. All right, Donovan is coming here. Nate Silver has a silver take. A lot of pollsters in Michigan are hurdy and or shitty, but it's a legit hard race. Then there's the question of Arab voters. Oh, fuck, I missed it. Nate Silver says, there's a question of what pollsters do with Arab American voters. Important in Michigan, but still too small in an N600 survey to be reliable cross-tab on their own. Do pollsters lump them in with the other, with white, as the Census Bureau did prior to 2020, or what? Yeah. Wayne, Oakland, liver. Updates since 6 p.m. Check logs. What? I can't check your logs. I'm on my phone. Annoyingly internationally important at the moment. Yes. 17 points is a massive win. A miss. One of the worst in recent times. No, I think that's just because those are internals. Like, internals are good to show consistent... internals are good to show trends. Internals are good to show trends. It's always going to overestimate and oversample your base. It's a confidence booster. It's good for a media narrative. But overall, my overconfidence didn't come from Abdul's internal polls, but my overconfidence came from Haley Stevens not releasing any internal polls. And there's no reason why she wouldn't do that. She wasn't like trying to sneak out. She wasn't trying to like sneak in a fucking like upset victory or something. She just had bad internals and they didn't release them. So I think even her own internal polling probably might have underestimated her chances as well. But once again, I mean, I understand why a lot of people treat voters like they're fucking dumb as dirt. I get why. Because it is so much more fun to be enthusiastic and excited about a movement and like pushing for certain things and trying to get shit done than it is to get a deep and personal understanding, a reality check of like what moves voters. Okay, it really is. That's why so many of the centrist Democrats have this kind of attitude about voters, where they're like, no, voters are fucking. They have this attitude where they're like, no, voters will get convinced by narratives that they see on television. They'll get convinced by, you know, Abdul al-Sayed being a scary Muslim or whatever the fuck. Like, they've been to give the annoying centrists at least some grace and some credit. They like their candidates, right? I always assume that they have a cynical posture because they're just like corporation backed and they want to continue getting money from, you know, and continue protecting their comfortable sinecures. And that's the reason why they cynically say like, no, electability is this, electability is this. What they still are talking about in terms of electability is like, no, they'll just deploy a money cannon and voters will fucking turn the other cheek. They will literally, or voters will just turn away from your candidate and they won't vote for your candidate regardless of how great his policies might be. And I think it is low-key, always black-pilling. A black-pilling feeling that I haven't felt as much since like the Bernard defeats. We're not there, obviously, in this race, but the very fact that like $60 million can still have this much of a fucking impact on a directionless candidate that literally ran on nothing. Like give me, Simon, give me the most, this is not, you know, your part of your job, but I want to hear, like, give me the most, like, pro Haley Stevens case you can, just as a hypothetical, as a thought experiment. Like, what
outside of the auspices of like electability, like on the merits, you mean?
Yeah, like what is the appealing nature of Haley Stevens beyond television man saying this is electable and not like weird radical guy who's gonna, you know, lose the election to Mike Rogers, even though all the polls have shown that Abdul was defeating Mike Rogers.
Outside of the Israel issue, what were the big disagreements policy-wise between the two?
There is literally nothing I can point to, and not because Abdul wasn't running on policies, it's because Haley Stevens did not.
So like on Medicare for All, where is she on that?
She never actually stood in opposition to Medicare for All. She broadly, every now and then, she would say things like, oh, this is just a wish list. I get shit done. That's all she said. So there's no policies.
She signaled that it was planned.
She had a 7 bullet point platform, I believe, that was utterly devoid of any like tangible policy perspective.
What about immigration? Where was she on immigration?
She wouldn't say abolish ICE. She was like, oh, we got to hold ICE account, like not even accountable. I think she was like, we got to restrain ICE, but she had funded ICE before, and it's like one of those.
Okay, what about data centers? Where is she on data centers?
I don't think she. Again, I don't recall anything from data centers.
Well, if you're ticked to the right of Abdul on all those issues, maybe you like her organically.
No, but she does. See, that's what I'm trying to say. She didn't do that though. She didn't do that at all. Like she wasn't even like Medicare. Like Joe Biden very clearly came out with the public option as a way to like nuke Medicare for all as the viable, reasonable alternative. How much of that was actually people saying, I'm a policy wonk and this is the only permissible path forward? And how much of that was simply like, yeah, I don't trust these like pie in the sky idealisms or whatever. But like, Haley Stevens didn't do that. She did not say, this is my healthcare policy platform. She just didn't really even attack Medicare for all ever, as a matter of fact. She didn't attack any of Abdul's policies. She just...
I'm still coming out. There's still Democrats, obviously, who are more sympathetic to Israel than Abdul is. Could have made a difference. That's a differentiator.
No, that doesn't bear itself out in the polls at all. Like, it literally does not. So that's why I'm like, there's... And also, if that was the case, then the ads would feature Israel. Right? There was not a single fucking... Out of AIPAC's ads, AIPAC never spends on Israel anyway. So, no, that's not... There's no way. Big dumps for Abdul incoming. Dump, 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 dump. Back up over 3% for AES. New York Times estimates Al Sayed will win the primary. Okay, that is fucking... Let's
Not
be...
new.
Not new, and also, they're just saying it leans in his direction, okay? Chill out. But do you see what I'm saying? Like utterly devoid of policy, and I guess like it goes back to, oh, we're pulling out. Oh, I thought you were recording.
No, when you hit the...
Yeah, it is on here already. No, but
You don't need to.
So what I was...
I don't need to do my job at all.
Yeah, no, I say everything all the time.
Totally relevant.
So like what I'm trying to get at is that it is vibes.
Vibes matter?
But vibes matter, and I knew that already. But vibes can be so directionally manipulated by the barrage of ads. But normally, my theory, and I guess like Vincent kind of pushed back on this when we were in the car the other day, where I was like, my theory is negative ad spend depresses voter turnout. That didn't happen here. So negative ad spend usually doesn't like excite Haley Stevens' base to be like, oh, I fucking hate this Muslim, like I'm gonna go out and vote against him, right? Like that's not something that usually happens. And it was a big problem with Hillary Clinton. Like Hillary Clinton's negative attacks against Donald Trump actually ended up hurting her as well, because it wasn't like promoting her policies, but instead it was just like giving Donald Trump constant name recognition and name ID, which he was able to, jujitsu his way out of by just being Donald Trump and having like high impact moments over and over again, which is what we've seen in other races as well with like Zoran. Whenever they ask him a question about like Israel, for example, he just like, boom, flips it back to like, I care about New York, whatever, right? Abdul's done that quite a lot as well in this race, but I guess there's never been a race like this as far as like a 10-to-1 outspend, so it's a very hard to predict. But I am still...
You're saying that AIPAC doesn't spend any Israel issue in particular, but everybody knows. These are highly engaged voters. These are Democratic primary voters. Everybody knows where the two candidates are.
No, but I think... No, I don't think the people were... We saw... New York Times, I talked about this earlier. New York Times Daily had a Haley Stevens canvasser who was like very aggressively canvassing for her because she was like, I like Abdul, but like I don't think he can defeat Mike Rogers. Haley Stevens can't. So, like she bought into the electability argument. She literally turned around and told the New York Times reporter, I don't like that she's getting money from AIPAC. I wish that wasn't the case. I don't like AIPAC at all. That was the most tapped in, high propensity voter you can possibly get. Suburbanite, white woman, college educated, going out in her small town and door knocking for Haley Stevens, who still was anti-AIPAC. So that's the reason why I'm saying like, there is like, I mean, this is low-key why they spend so much money. They spend so much money to, like, make you reconsider, where they're like, maybe Israel isn't that much of a poison pill in a campaign. That's why they spend so much money not talking about Israel, but instead saying Abdul al-Sayed is a sexist or unelectable and all this shit. None of the ads ever feature Israel at all. Oh, 100%. That's. I mean, that is going to be, if we are doing any sort of, if we're doing like any sort of real analysis, like a real autopsy of what happened, that is the most consequential aspect of this race. I would never say that. I love Barack Obama. Please, Barack Obama, do not endorse against Barack Obama. Please, Barack Obama, endorse the winner of this primary. Hopefully, inshallah, it's Abdul al-Sayed.
I'll say it though, it was Barack Obama's fault.
I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy.
Has been vindicated.
I don't know this guy. I don't know. Barack, if you're watching, I don't know this guy. I love you. Please start endorsing against left flank candidates. I mean, for left flank candidates. That's the craziest thing. Like, that is the real truth, Nuke. A lot of people, like, I talked about this before on stream, where I was like, if Barack Obama would, like, even decide the nudge in any of these races, it would be a wrap. He could single-handedly destroy the left flank momentum. So I'm very grateful and very gracious to both the Podjons and to my goat, Barack Hussein Obama, who I love and I've famously always loved and have never criticized for staying out of these races. It would have been nicer if he was like, I didn't endorse Haley Stevens in this race. He didn't do that. See, this is out of love. I'm doing the Barack Obama voice out of love.
Right.
And not in jest. What? Yes, and he could do that again. That's the real truth news. Bro, Trump is on the tarmac talking about Abdul al-Sayed watching the race. He's with us. He's tuned into the HasanAbi broadcast. Oh, you can't hear it. It's fucking dog shit audio. But he says, Trump, I have not found out who won the election with Abdul. Who won? Reporter says, it looks like it's going to be a late night. He goes, oh. In, I think, 23 minutes. At least according to Tim Balk of the New York Times. And they're supposed to be coming here as well. Yeah, Donovan, I think. Yeah, he's coming here. No, he's coming here. Yeah, he's watching the stream.
They're only 6 minutes away.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, Maylot's coming. Rap's coming.
Are we gonna migrate somewhere? I mean, don't say where, but...
I'm gonna go back to my hotel room. And people can come if they want to, but I'm not, I am dialed in. I'm locked in. I'm on pure adrenaline right now.
There's also this.
No, I don't need a Red Bull. I hate the takes of people being like, conversely, even if Abdul wins, I hope he gets humbled. It's like, dude, it's $70 million. Like, it's not like he was, like, it's such a ridiculous thing to just be like, we did this. It reminds me of my favorite quote, Enver Hoxha, who once famously said, between us and China, we have 1 billion communists. It's like, you didn't do this, okay? You did not do this. You are a random Twitter user who is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Who said the humble thing?
What?
Who said
some random fucking thing that showed up on my For You page of some like annoying asshole centrist Democrat who's like, it seems like Abdul has been humbled. It's like, you are sitting at home watching $70 million of MAGA billionaire money being directed at the behest of a foreign lobbying organization, being deployed against an American candidate who just wants fucking Medicare for all and to no longer, dump endless billions of dollars to said foreign country, and you're acting like you had a say in this process, like you played any role in this process at all. It's like that meme of the guy who's like stopping the subway train as it stops. He's like, I did this, like I'm doing this, I'm pushing it. Like I had more of a fucking impact in this race as a random centrist Twitter account. You know what I mean? Anyway, of course, Jeremy Moss also is succeeding into Haley Stevens' seat, which, you know, is very sad state of affairs. It's that he's also super pro-Israel. So they at least got that one. Also, yeah, people after this race will be like Mallory McMorrow. There will be a lot of Mallory McMorrow truthers, for sure, that will say, like, this wouldn't have been a barn burner if it was Mallory McMorrow.
Yeah.
Well, especially if it's the margin there, or like the margin between them.
Well, it's not how that works. Hey, what's up? Yeah, nice to meet you in person. Yeah, unfortunately it didn't work out.
No, it didn't. You know, you got somebody who's spending millions of dollars from Pakistan marching.
The Moss race that I was talking about.
America is not our
Yeah, people, I mean, this is why the centrist election watchers are so black-pilled about voters in general, where they just like talk about them like they're cattle. Like as though they deserve less. Because they've been running candidates that they like. For us, on the left flank, we never run candidates that we like. Or at least we've never had like an expectation that the well-liked candidates have any capacity to win. We're now establishing a lot of credibility in these races, right? Starting off in deep blue districts, but certainly have a shot, a real opportunity. I'm more so worried about like the consequences that this will have on the Francesca Hong race takes as well, where they'll say like, oh, see, it's fucking over. Like people are overestimating her as well. Like that's probably going to be like the immediate response.
I didn't mean marching her, but what happens if this remains true? That McMorrow's vote total is the difference, basically, of him winning.
People who like centrist Democrats will blame her and be like, you should have dropped out before, you know, you were on the ballot.
There's no way to know what percentage that was.
Yeah, I know. But
people pretend it's all would have been all for him, but we don't know. People like to play that game. It's only true in the neighborhoods.
Everyone's dunking on you, Mitch voter, because he was the one who was like saying that the internal poster, very reputable source said, this grandma passed away, unfortunately. I met her at the Ann Arbor event.
Oh yeah.
This is we used to jokingly refer to her as my youngest fan. But she went to an Abdul event like many, many months ago. And yeah.
She was so excited to see this now.
Yeah, it was awesome. I apologized to her for cursing. But she was so stoked, apparently.
I mean, people might blame you too. They were doing it before, right? Son?
Oh, I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, they fucking win or lose, I always get the blame, and it doesn't matter. They blamed me for Nithya Raman. I didn't even endorse Nithya, and they were like, Nithya Raman lost because of you, and then she won, and then everyone shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, they never went, okay, Nithya Raman won because of you. They just.
Endorse her?
No, I didn't.
That's your city?
I know. Don't even. I don't want to talk about it. Well, I just, you know, it's It's a Turkish saying. Or I mean, I guess there's an American version of it too. I think it's like a cobbler can't fix their own shoe or something. Like a tailor can't mend their own. A tailor can't mend their own clothes. Is a Turkish saying, and it's like my backyard. I rarely get that involved in, and I'm just. No, it's just.
No, listen to the analogy, man. It's fine.
It's a little over my head.
You should watch the virtual part of the stream.
Or don't.
The interview.
Oh.
They explained everything.
Interesting. Okay, I'll do it later.
Yeah.
Just remember, she won.
Noted.
Yeah, she won because of me. No. It's funny because like a lot of the narrative building around me never comes from me and comes from what people are saying about me. Whether it be Joe Rogan to the left, whether it be like, oh, you guys are becoming like kingmakers, like all this shit. Like I always oppose these kinds of statements, but no one seems to give a shit about what I actually have to say about it. 10 to 15. Bro, they're gonna make it. They're gonna come here by the time they close this venue. I feel like they're supposed to be.
was on her way as what she called front roll 4 minutes ago and 7 minute drive. So theoretically, but then Donovan's probably gonna take longer.
No, I know. Vincent said that they were.
Well, so
at 8 minutes ago, he said 10 to 15 minutes.
He has a friend who's a civil rights attorney, voter rights attorney, who's been following Wayne County for a while. He says that returns come in late, and then we won't know until the early morning for Wayne County.
How late is late?
It's like 4.
4 a.m.?
Yeah. Or early, depending on. Yeah. Do you have flights booked? Yeah. I'm on a noon flight.
Steve Kornacki is molding. Steve Kornacki is molding at the decision desk. He wants to go to sleep. Okay, that's really funny. That's funny. Get back to work, Steve. We're all fucking we're all 36K lead. Abdul El Sayed, new dumps.
We like new dumps. Donovan being up is great though.
Dude, it's not Israel comes to me in my dreams, it's Wayne County comes to me in my dreams.
Just have this stream live, and when there's a new dump, it has a ding.
Wakes you up.
Just wakes you up, turn over, see if it's worth it.
Cranky Kornacki. Big dumps. Let's fucking shit.
Oakland is finished county, and she only won it by 6. So.
Okay.
That was supposed to be her best county.
Yeah.
So.
Going to bed, but if El Sayed wins narrowly, one of the first things he'll be told to do is kick Hasan Piker to the curb to campaign statewide. And the Schadenfreude is delicious, says Shannon Watts.
Here it is. I was waiting for it.
I think it's really funny because, like,
I don't think it's gonna happen.
First of all, I don't think these people genuinely understand. And again, no one ever listens to me, weirdly enough. Even if I'm the story, no one ever fucking listens to what I have to say about this shit, where they'll be like, no, I know what's going on. They do not understand. This stuff is not for me. This stuff is, and I know you don't fully agree with this as well. This is not as beneficial for me as sitting the fuck at home. I'm spending money. I'm losing sleep. I'm not. No, I'm not. But people don't realize, like, I'm a content creator. I could just sit the fuck at home and watch from afar and not get inundated with like terrorism allegations on a daily basis from Democrats, while on the other side, I have fucking Republicans, like the Republican administration also trying to set up like, federal fucking indictments. Like, it's not, I don't want to do this.
I don't think people think you're doing it for your bottom line. I think you're doing it because you want to, because you think it's going to help the candidate.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is,
somebody like that thinks, oh, well, he doesn't help the candidates. We're going to kick him to the curb.
No, I think the people like that think that, like their personal animus or their personal animosity, that they've developed over, what they see on their Twitter timeline is what's like greatly impacting their analysis. Like they think that, my involvement in this race is like, playing a significant role when it's not. Like I think it's more so, because all these guys will tell you, if you ask them, like the campaigns will tell you, they poll my shit. Like they will poll my approvals. Like they're not gonna make it. They don't owe me anything. You know what I mean? Like from their calculation, it's worthwhile. But yeah, another great victory for DSA member, 26-year-old Chris Gilmer Hill has declared victory over incumbent state representative Helena Scott in Michigan's 8th House District, Detroit, Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge. Scott, 66, came in third in her city council race last year. So there's another good victory for DSA as well right there, so that's good.
Chris? Chris Gilmer, no.
Yeah. Dude, it's so crazy. Okay. What time?
They said they don't know, but before 1.
So within 40 minutes.
Okay, question. It looks like Al-Sayed has a very good chance to win. What do you think about the traction these DSA candidates are getting? Well, I think it's crazy because that's what Trump said. Trump said, well, I think it's crazy because it's going to ruin our country. These cities are always filthy, dirty, no jobs, no anything, no money. They are always filthy, disgusting, dirty. I'm a clean person.
That's real?
That's what he said.
Well, he's a real clean freak.
Yeah, he is.
Really?
That's true. Yeah, he is like, he's...
Yeah, it was a huge hurdle for him to start shaking hands in 2015.
Yeah.
He didn't like to do that. It's kind of why it's so ironic that he was so cavalier about COVID. Because you know that, like, in a perfect world, he would have been a huge master. Yeah. Pure all everywhere.
Someone said this is turning into Lib Stalingrad. They're holding off strong.
I'm so...
That's...
It's crazy. Do you think this was the pool party?
Yeah, I think it was the pool party.
Stop.
Yeah, I think it was the pool party.
Oh my God, I can't stop refreshing. Okay, what are we looking at, chat? Give me some news.
How many people do you have tuned in right now?
Like 50,000?
Do you need a charging bank, by the way?
Oh.
You good?
Yeah, 50,000 viewers still. 10 hours in.
Do you need a charging bank?
You have like a good day usually, right?
Well, today is a special day. This community has been intimately involved in this race from the start. Sometimes in ways that, you know, I would not like to even be involved in this race as, but
It was around your appearance that you started to really catch fire, wasn't it?
yeah, that was the turning point for the race for sure. Like it was that's, or at least that's what Mitchell and a lot of these other pollsters like directly pointed to. I'm good. Directly pointed to. But it wasn't necessarily because, and I keep stressing this over and over again, it wasn't because I'm like super popular or anything, but it was more so because like the media angling against Abdul as like the anti-Israel candidate in a way where they were like, oh, it's bad to be anti-Israel, it's bad to Hassan Piker is anti-Israel, Abdul Al-Sayed is anti-Israel, is a bad thing, brought in a lot of national attention to the race. And that's when people were like, no, actually, we're also that way. And then Abdul literally got in the first place and never got off first place from that point on. And I think that was when Mallory McMorrow's like more progressive voters, basically, her progressive support collapsed and immediately shifted to Abdul because she was the one who spearheaded that movement at the direction of some of these like centrist think tanks that thought she would be the Goldilocks candidate.
That was April. That was like early April.
Yeah.
I remember, like, as a candidate, feeling like, oh, something changed.
Yeah, no, he went from third place to first place, and then never stopped being in first place after that.
But even just like in our race in Utah, and probably in other races too, like feeling like, oh, we can do things differently than we were before because we saw the reaction to that.
Yeah. And also, a lot of people will try to, like, look, a lot of people are going to look at this race, and the take machine and the take economy is going to go crazy. But, like, what they have to literally look at is $70 million in ad spend, and also the governor's endorsement, the outbound senator's endorsement, and like the endorsement of other, like, I mean, I talked to a lot of people in Detroit, community leaders out here. They don't think Jim Clyburn's endorsement was that relevant overall, but there are, I think it's the head of the Black Caucus here, his endorsement was like far more relevant overall for had a lot more sway in the black vote in general. So, what is this? Diamond hands on the Tega economy. And also, last but not least, it was the Obama endorsement. So you can put that in the bag. Like you can look at it as like a fake Obama endorsement.
The happy birthday wish today.
Yeah, it's so shameless.
that was horrible.
You go for end. I'm grabbing mail.
All right.
Then Abdul speaking. 4-1. Yeah, Abdul's gonna speak 4-1.
Like everyone being like, Abdul has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers or stay out of the race while, you know, trying to push the excitement in the opposite direction. Like, everyone is already doing the can El Sayed unite the Democrats? And that question is just, can El Sayed get the pro-Israel vote? Can El Sayed win over, not even the vote necessarily, but like, can El Sayed get the people and the groups and the NGOs and the consultants that have worked extensively for pro-Israel candidates to shut the fuck up about El Sayed being a terrorist for a long enough timeline so that, you know, we can consolidate the base and defeat the fucking Republican.
Thank you.
That's the real take. That's the truth nuke.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
How much do we think APAC is prepared to spend against the general election?
What?
How much do we think APAC is prepared to spend against the
$100 million. Easy. Like, 100 million plus.
All right. Let's take them down. How'd you know my job? Let's take them down.
Also, I'm fucked because it won't just be Abdul. They will literally be like, Hasan Piker is a terrorist. Here's his home address. You should drone strike it. Like they've done it. They've sent a drone. New York Post sent a drone to my house. Rupert Murdoch literally sent a fucking aerial drone to my house to take an overhead photo of it, and then they plastered it on the fucking cover. So that already happened. Again, didn't get enough national attention, no national endorsements overall. Like, in our experience, this works very well. Like the secret sauce is either Bernie or an AOC endorsement, DSA activity on the ground. Abdul didn't have DSA, but Abdul had Bernie and AOC and myself. So if we all work in tandem, that has been the secret recipe in all of these insurgent races, including ones where our candidates are getting outspent. Never 10-1, of course.
Do you think there's still a place for the WFP right now? Or do you think they're just getting completely outclassed by DSA?
No, I think WFP is still a very important organization in these efforts. Like, look, they don't have, they have money, they have access, they have connections. Like, I'll never discount any, like, I don't, the example I will use is Connie Chen. Connie Chen was running against Shoykat, right? The institutional left in San Francisco didn't trust Shoykat Chakrabarti, so they were like, we need someone else. And Connie Chen is not like a super progressive. She's progressive, very progressive for San Francisco, but like she's not DSA. She's not a socialist, right? And to be fair, neither Shoykat doesn't call himself social either. But Connie Chen in that race called me an anti-Asian racist and she wanted to win. And now that she won the runoff, she's in the running, I don't give a shit. I'll fucking endorse her. I'll go stump for her. I'll go door knock for her if she wants me to. She doesn't, I don't think. And she has a pretty close race so far with Scott Wiener. But I just want to win. I don't give a fuck. I want the most progressive person to win in every single race, which means I always want to defeat the Republicans. But I don't think the same intensity exists for a lot of establishment Democrats who are way, way more comfortable with losing to Republicans as long as, they don't allow their left flank to win. And I do worry about that. And I've been worrying about that regardless of how big of a blowout potentially the Abdul race might have been, right? And it didn't turn out that way. So they're already fucking hitting the, so they're already doing the takes. Look, Josh Kraushaar, Jewish Insider. These are the type of primary results that, win or lose, raise a lot of red flags surrounding El Sayed's electability. Black voters going big for Stevens so far. Brother, $64 million. $64 million.
What do you think Olivia Ryan will do in that? She's in this.
I'm surprised that she hasn't come up to me. Oh, they're here.
We're missing another comment.
Vincent, give me something. Give me something. Give me anything. Give me anything. No, I want takes, man. I don't give a shit about anything else. I want numbers. Give me the numbers.
Donovan's in a really, really, really good place.
Yes.
Donovan's in a really good place.
Okay.
The next drop for Donovan it's possible it'll pull him down a little, but it's like a false. So people should prepare for that emotionally. But
okay, that's good to know.
Then the drops that follow that should be much more positive.
Okay. What do we think about Abdul?
I am not panicking, and nor am I we got this.
Yeah.
I'm in a chiller mood.
Okay. Where did, from your estimations, where did Haley Stevens overperform? You said it was rural.
Well, she clearly did very well older black voters, which we knew was going to be the case.
Yeah.
And I think there was some idea of a dual overperformance that didn't fully come to fruition, which adjusted some of people's ideas. But she did really well in the rurals, in the smaller towns, in some of the mid-sized cities. You see on the map, right? So that's what's going on. But also, there's so much vote left.
I know.
Just gotta chill. But there's clearly a huge number of Donovan Stevens voters.
Yeah. No. We saw that when we were out there.
Yeah, we did.
So it's expected.
Yeah.
No, that has been one of the most interesting aspects of this race overall, is that normally you have some sort of cross endorsement appeal across the board. It just did not work at all in this case, I think.
I think it's all I don't want to make any.
No, but it wasn't a 100%.
No, for sure. I think that Donovan and Abdul cross endorsing made a big difference for Abdul and Donovan with different.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I was just saying, normally you would. There's no when there's a DSA slate, it's just there's a website for it. You know exactly where your polling station is. You know exactly who you're voting for. Boom, boom, boom. Whereas and there's not a lot of split voters.
True. That's true. I believe that.
Where's Donovan?
Oh, you didn't see my text. So Donovan pivoted and is going home to his young children. But we have two fun guests for you.
No, it's fine. I don't even need guests. We're supposed to be leaving. I think this area is also the event space is also for until a certain hour.
Probably true.
Yeah.
How long are you streaming for?
I'm just gonna stream until they kick us out, and then I'm gonna go back to the hotel and continue streaming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have fun.
I saw Politico. Progressives dreamed of a Michigan domination. Now they're sweating a tight Senate race.
It's just, you know, they're entitled to do a little bit of pre-gloating on.
No, I think it's bullshit.
But it's also, it's just funny because it's like, okay, what were y'all saying in February?
No, it's still bullshit.
I agree.
It's 100% bullshit. You want to know why? $70 million. That's it. True. There's no reason to concede on that narrative in any way, shape, or form. Like, yeah, okay, internal posters greatly overestimated. And I guess the closest was like the Emerson one was like inflated as fuck.
But also, it's just, there are many takes that are beginning to propagate in my head, but there's so much vote left.
Yeah.
And who knows if the fact that the polling that was so strong for him, that was a cluster of polls at the end, which also reflect voter preferences of voters at the end. So maybe it'll be less of an inaccuracy because we'll see huge shit. Like it's just very hard to.
But we don't know how they're. Wait, do you have an understanding of like what are they weighing? Like are they going by who voted when? In the
polling?
Yeah.
Well,
no. Are they weighing right? Like, is it weighed in the direction of like the closer you get to E-Day, the more the votes are going to be counted? Like right now?
So my understanding is the same, which is that it is not a situation where this is all mail, but it's like directionally true that the much more of the vote that is in right now is earlier vote, whether it be early in person or absentee. Like mail, it's heavily represented in this, but they count it in a mixed way. But the direction, like that truism of like the results will get better as time goes on is not a linear thing in this instance, but it is directionally still true. So I understand this vote to be, I know this vote to be, particularly in Wayne County, to still heavily overrepresent male.
Zachary Danini says, I have Abdul by 1.5 right now. We're in a situation where I just don't have that much insight into where Wayne is remaining, but it's not either of the candidates' strongholds, Detroit or Dearborn. The vote left in Ingham, Kent, Kalamazoo just isn't great for El Sayed. But at this point, he built his firewall, and then burden is on Stevens to figure out how she's going to close it. Still in the situation where I'd rather be Abdul, but we aren't that close to a call. To be clear, at this point, El Sayed is heavily favored. Maybe my wording is a little too soft. Above 1.5 point is like 23K margin, and he's up 37K right now.
Do you have the Wi-Fi password?
No, I have no idea.
Figure it out. Who might know?
Marquette County in, Abdul up.
All right, I'll be right back.
But we're not a panic hand, chat. We're not panic hands. Marquette 57.9% for Abdul, 35.6 for Stevens, 6.4 for McMorrow. Can you go bowling on? No. 70% of total votes in, guys. I don't know. I feel like this is a lock. No, you're not looking at the percentages, and you're not looking at the different areas that they're counting from. I'm predicting a McMorrow comeback.
Oh yeah, everyone on election day voted for Mallory McMorrow.
If you vote for her, she can still win.
There's still time to spoil your. Well, if Mike Pence has the courage, Mallory McMorrow can still win this election.
No, I'm doing a January 6th in the state capitol for Mallory McMorrow.
Do you know what time that would be?
So
do you know what time he's gonna speak?
Who?
I just hear before.
Oh,
one.
Abdul?
Yeah.
If the race gets called, can you bowl against Vincent? No, I will be fucking going to sleep. I'm gonna knock myself out.
What's happening to me?
He said, can you bowl against Vincent if the race gets called? And it's not gonna get called until fucking 4 a.m. anyway.
Are you really gonna stream through the call?
I don't think so, but I'll see. I am going to stream until I can't stream.
Okay.
And I'm on hour 11 right now. So.
Okay, here it just happened. So Sri just got boosted by 1.4% and Donovan down 1.4%. We're at 50% of the vote counted and Michigan's 13th. That's the false. That's what's supposed to scare you. Don't get scared. I'm good, how are you? So, all on track for Donovan McKinney. This is very exciting, Donovan McKinney.
That is very exciting.
Full slate victory is huge. Full slate victory is huge. That's where
we just had a 0.3 boost for El Sayed. Okay. I I hate that the Wayne County's website is really, really bad, and it's really screwing with the dashboards. Yeah, this one's out of date now.
Mallory at 4%. Let's fucking go.
Are y'all staying here? Are you going to the main room for Abdul's speech?
When's he gonna speak? Of course we'll go to the main room.
4-1, we're being told to go to the main room.
Oh, okay. Let's go into the main room. Abdul's gonna give a speech right
Can you
now.
come back here and leave stuff?
I don't know. I would take my stuff if I were you.
Coming in now.
You never know. We have to go inside for Abdul's speech. I'll do it after.
Oh,
All right.
really?
How you feeling?
Very nervous, but still optimistic. Nervous but optimistic.
Yeah, you helped Will Lawrence, right?
Will Lawrence, I just endorsed, and I didn't really do that much for Will. It was just mostly for Abdul and Donovan.
Yeah. But
he won.
Yeah, he won
Which is
by
really
double
great.
digits.
Yeah.
We're winning.
Yeah.
Donovan won? Official?
No. Will Lawrence. No, not yet. Inshallah.
But yeah, I mean, it looks still pretty positive for Abdul. It's just unbelievable how much impact the 9-1 outspend has on a race, and it's already annoying because they're going to be like, oh, he's close because of Hasan. He would have, like, they're already doing it,
right,
which is crazy.
Right. If it's not meets expectations, it's your fault.
Yeah.
If you help, you had nothing to do with it.
Of course.
Right. Yes. Well, I'm gonna be on Sean Hannity, your boy Sean Hannity's show tomorrow.
You should ask him why he said he would have me on his broadcast and then never did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's ghosting.
Be like,
let me make a note of that.
Be like, you talk about Hasan every night. He does every night.
Yeah.
He talks about me, and he invited me to do his podcast, and then he bailed.
Really?
Yeah, and he just won't respond to our calls now.
Oh, you just gave me some good
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I'm looking for some stuff. Yeah. Okay.
What
Right.
is it? Is it the podcast or is it the show?
The show.
Oh, good.
9 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah. That'll be awesome.
I'm excited.
These guys, I don't think they understand, like, you know. No, I'm not going to say anything. We're on camera. We're on camera. No. You're,
it'll be
he's going to
lovely.
cook you. He's going to cook you.
Yeah, I
Chris.
know. I'm
Chris,
shivering.
I hope you're shivering.
Yeah, I am. I'm very intimidated.
He's too powerful of force.
And his intellect is, you know.
I know, it's out of this
It's
world.
intimidating is what it is.
Yeah. That's why I was, like, scared when he invited me.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And then I was like, such a sigh of relief I felt when he said, oh, don't, you know.
He really spared you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you guys can talk about fighting too. He's apparently he spars.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how well, but he does spar.
Okay.
All right. Are we going inside?
All right.
All right. I think Abdul's gonna deliver a speech right now.
Okay. Let's do it.
Hi.
All right. I like that. I like that.
Hi, Hasan. Can I also be in the picture? Sorry. I like just a small county like
Thank you so much.
I'm good.
Thank you. That's not my picture got screwed up. Do you mind if I one more time? Sure. Thanks. Sorry.
Biker is here.
Is Abdul's music soon?
I feel it.
Yeah. Oh, that way?
We cut the crowd.
All right. Thank you. Abdul did better in rural areas? Sure. What's up? Nice to meet you, man.
She wants to get with you too. Yeah, thank you.
What are we at? Good? No, I'll get down with this thing.
Nice to meet you. I've been watching you for fucking years.
Oh, yeah. I thought of course, nice to meet you guys. Nice to meet you guys.
Great content, man.
Oh, thank you.
Very much.
Follow you, man. Appreciate you. All right, where are we at?
Can I say hi to the chat? I have a little message.
Lead still growing.
So, we all know, we all love Rep Rab, one of the best socialists going to Congress right now.
Yeah, you were killing. You went to the convention, right, recently?
Yeah, absolutely.
What is very under-discussed is that the need to raise money does not stop when you win. In fact, it gets a lot harder. And it gets particularly a lot harder for elected officials of color, particularly black elected officials who are constantly neglected and forgotten. True. Especially by major funders in our ecosystem. And true. And we need to support Rep Rab and make sure that he has the ability to fund his transition, to stay strong against a future APAC challenge. You can go right now to actblue.com/donate/Rab website. I'm sure the chat can spam it and give this guy a little bit of love tonight because he is here in Michigan on his own dime fighting for our movement. We gotta back him up. He deserves it. He's always there for us. We gotta be there for him. I just chipped in $100 and I hope some folks will match me, but you know, if you can only give $1, if we all do it, it makes a massive difference.
That's right. I appreciate it very much. It's good to see you. I keep bumping into you. So I know I'm in the right place. And the secret sauce is we keep showing up for each other when it matters most. And this is what solidarity looks like. Because there's a trope that this is about individuals, and it's not. It's not. It's about a collective victory. This is about movement. And what we're seeing here is the things that affect Detroit are the things that affect Lansing, Trenton, Harlem, Queens, Philly, Denver, on and on. And we keep showing up for each other because only we save us. We're not waiting for any saviors. We're not waiting for a political party. This is the work we do, and the real magic happens in between election cycles. But since we're in an election cycle, we need to make sure the right people win.
I think this race is also particularly important because no one spends $70 million for no reason.
Right.
There's a reason why this was a 9-to-1, now 9-to-1 outside expenditure race. And that was because it's a warning. It's not even about Abdul in that situation. It's just a warning for everybody else that dare to dream for a better future for Americans, that dare to speak out against the malign influence of corporations, that dare to speak out against the influence of Israel in our politics as well. It's a real threat. You just talked about, Vincent just brought up like how difficult it is to continuously fundraise as a candidate once you're in office. Like the entire system is fundamentally broken.
Right. Well, or the system, this is what the system is about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so we need to overhaul that, which is why it's so powerful that the folks who are winning believe in transformational change. We're not incrementalists. We believe we need to do this. Oh, what's happening?
It's just us. I think they're just showing.
No, this is exciting stuff because this is what the system was meant to do. And those of us who believe in systemic change, we understand that. And the people who are supporting it are glad to see it because we're not just doing the same thing playing around the margins.
I wonder, I really do wonder how we penetrate across working class neighborhoods, though, who very clearly still do watch TV and see the mailers, and it does work in making their decision for them in some instances.
But in most primaries, most registered voters don't actually vote.
Of course.
And who are the people who are going to reach them? It's those of us who organize on the ground. We're going to reach them. We can't give up, and we can't cede our power to corporate interests.
Yeah. This, playing a more active role in elections this cycle, I do understand why it breeds so much apathy. It's such a cynical rat race that has very little to do with policies. I mean, I was having a conversation earlier about what were the policy prescriptions that Haley Stevens had, and I can't tell you a single one. And it's not because I wasn't paying attention. I was paying close attention to things she was saying. And what's interesting is she didn't even have counter proposals to Abdul's proposal. Like, she wouldn't say she's anti-Medicare for all. For all we know, she might be pro-Medicare. Of course she's not, but that is so. I mean, that leaves such a cynical taste in my mouth.
That's the word I was looking for, cynical, right? And that turns people off. But then you have candidates like Abdul, and it inspires them.
Yeah.
Because, yes, he's very charismatic, very smart, but he talks about substantive things that have a visceral response to the average person. And my experience on the campaign trail, and not just for Congress, but for the 10 years leading up, people don't think in terms of left and right. They think about what moves us forward.
Yeah.
Right? And the things that move us forward are the things that he ran on, the things I ran on, the things that Melad Kiros ran on, et cetera, et cetera. And that's something that I think is very powerful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we need to run up the numbers to the best of our ability. And it's always going to be an uphill battle. I knew that already from the start. I mean, I'm still very, very optimistic about what's going on, about all of these races, including the Abdul al-Sayed race as well. It's just, no matter what people say from the outside, no matter what the results are, and I do still think that it's going to turn out for us. It's $70 million. There's so much money. So much money that could have gone to these communities. Like, it would have been better off if every single person that voted for Haley Stevens got a check in the mail for their vote instead.
Right, but that's not even the ethic of the people who put it in, because they just put it in a super yacht, something like that, right? So it's not really, that money would never be spent for anything good, because that tells you about the source of that money. But even if he wins by a hair, it's still a victory against $60, $70 million, and it proves the point which you and I already know, that organized people beats organized money every time. And I don't think she can buy her way into this seat.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking of? It reminds me a lot of union busting initiatives, where a company will spend more money than what a collective bargaining agreement would demand in the interim in order to deliver a decisive blow to the unionization effort to begin with. Where that is the message in that regard is far more important, because if you do actually unionize in your workplace, you have that collective bargaining capability, all of a sudden you can demand more, you can engage in work stoppages, all of a sudden you have power. And at the end of the day, in our current theoretical democratic process, your power does come from your vote. There are some people that are maybe further to the left than we are, or at least self-described, who cast aside the idea of participating in bourgeois electoral democracy in any capacity. But I think, and they're not it's not a large enough force overall. I think the much larger type of apathy exists from people who check out of the system because they feel like no change is coming for them, who don't believe, right? But having said that, it's still so unbelievably important to be able to go out and vote. And my point always is, if it wasn't important for people to go out and vote, they wouldn't spend $70 million to stop you from doing it, or to vote in the direction of AIPAC candidates, in the direction of pro-corporation candidates.
But here's the other piece. It's not this candidate specifically, it's about what he represents. He's a Muslim. He can't, if he beats us, right? So they know that if he wins, AIPAC as we know it is cooked. It's cooked. Because if they can't buy off someone to beat a Muslim progressive, what are they saying. So they need desperately for him to lose, and we need desperately for him to win, because his victory is a victory for working people.
100%. It's a victory for democracy.
Yeah.
Like, that's what corporate expenditures are. That's what outside expenditures are. It's an attempt to subvert the democratic process. And there is no clearer example of that happening than what we've seen tonight with the amount of movement that Haley Stevens was able to generate in an otherwise utterly policy-devoid agenda, like agenda-free campaign that she ran. It's mind-boggling to me. But we can't be discouraged.
I just want to be transparent. I hope you don't think I'm a sellout, but I spoke to Fox News earlier. Now, I went on an inherently racist corporate media outlet. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, but no one complains when a white Democrat goes on Fox News,
of course not.
right? Well, Bill Maher, right? So somehow this is inappropriate for us to talk.
Well, I think one of the things that I think drives people crazy is that I'm not accountable to the brands or the corporations that in other circumstances would be able to greatly moderate your speech to a certain degree. So I just say how I feel. And that, like you say, unbossed and unbought. And that is a terrifying prospect, especially when there's a tremendous number of people watching this. Like, that is a competitive platform with a lot of mainstream outlets. That's terrifying. Like, I understand from their perspective, I get why they would spend so much of their time and effort engaging in this disciplining operation to be like, fuck off, leave this field.
I'm not supposed to speak colorfully on those shows. I can say what I want on this. You have me on for longer than 5 minutes. They control that narrative. And you control your own because you're not bought off.
When Oliver Larkin went on Fox News and they were talking about like how undocumented migrants are doing child rape, like he just, like the host, the Fox News host just blurts that insanely white supremacist and totally false narrative out. And Oliver turns around and says, well, Donald Trump is a pedophile. And they were like, oh, we got to go to commercial break. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for coming on. See you never.
I love that. They're very thin-skinned. I love trolling those folks.
But it's good. It's good TV for them too, to be fair.
You're really helping their ratings.
Apparently. They don't stop talking about me. Like, what kind of a decisive final day message is it to be like, oh, Abdul El-Sayed had Hasan Piker on the campaign trail. It's like no one knows who I am. And the people that do, well, they're people that are, you know, ordinary folk like the ones in this room right now that like me for the most part. And the ones that don't are never voting for a Democrat anyway. You know? So it's a very strange phenomena, but I think it's, like I said, it's a disciplining operation.
No, you're absolutely right.
Like, they're like, oh, we can't unseat Abdul, so maybe we'll make like this media figure toxic so that there's no platform that people can coalesce around, that we can, like, you know, whip votes around or galvanize the base around. All right.
Thank you so much for your patience. It is now my great honor to introduce the man of the hour, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed.
All right, y'all. Money out of? Pocket. Money in your? Pocket. Medicare for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. Movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling the state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what'll happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back.
Yeah, baby!
I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. As I tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
Quack, quack.
smells like a duck. How am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got into business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You gotta come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. Get him, Abdul! And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices. Who supported wars we don't need to fight. Who tried to shut down our bridges. Who wants to stand in the way of our unions. Who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I spent summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles I'd otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine.
Yep.
To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years, continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't reach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like 2 little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian, like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they asked, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks, and the next 6 years after that,
I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. We should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.
I've been following you since 2016, man. Thank you.
I can help you if that's okay.
Thank you for coming out. You got a lot of us out door knocking, man.
Thank you for knocking on doors.
I'm a reporter with James O'Keefe. You familiar?
Yes, I am.
I want to ask you a question. What do you